Chapter 1521. This was the first time Jin Qingcheng had truly displayed her full strength. She had killed Ultiman in one strike, shocking the group of battle spirits and buying precious time for Zi Chen and the others. Kill. However, despite the death of Ultiman's leader, the group of battle spirits did not panic at all. They gripped their weapons tightly, their morale high. Crazy killing intent surged around them as they charged toward Zi Chen. They knew that this person was the leader of the human team and had to be killed first. Zi Chen held his saber and trotted toward the battle spirits. His eyes were cold and indifferent. When he was 100 meters away from the battle spirits, he tapped his foot and leaped into the air, his body sweeping forward. Whoosh! Holding the scabbard in front of his chest with his left hand and the hilt with his right, he instantly unsheathed the saber. A loud and clear sound rang out. A shining saber light appeared as Zi Chen drew his saber. It swept toward the group of battle spirits ahead, extending hundreds of meters away. The saber light swept past, and the group of battle spirits was instantly thrown off their feet. The saber light dissipated. 100 meters ahead, there were dead bodies. There were no longer any living battle spirits. Zi Chen's leap dissipated, and his feet landed on the ground. His eyes flashed, and his figure flashed again after landing. It was as if he had teleported, and he immediately appeared at the end of the 100-meter saber light. His figure appeared. He was surrounded by battle spirits, living battle spirits. They stared at Zi Chen with cold eyes. Monstrous killing intent surged around them as they all held their weapons and slashed down. Cold light flashed as the attacks approached. Zi Chen sneered, and his body emitted a silver light. The silver light was dazzling, temporarily blinding the group of battle spirits. Small silver snakes rushed out from Zi Chen's body. They were the source of the dazzling silver light. The small silver snakes left Zi Chen's body and instantly enlarged. They were like giant pythons, carrying the terrifying power of thunder as they swept toward the surrounding battle spirits. The giant pythons turned into lightning and spread out again. These lightning bolts were brought out by Zi Chen from the 3rd floor of Tongyu Tower. They had super destructive power. Boom! The spreading lightning was completely berserk, and the power of thunder and lightning raged wildly. In an instant, with Zi Chen as the center, a huge ball of lightning appeared out of thin air. The lightning ball that appeared did not stop there. It was still expanding. All the battle spirits within a radius of several hundred meters were enveloped by the berserk thunderbolts and were sucked into the lightning ball. Mournful screams were immediately emitted from the lightning ball. Seeing that Zi Chen had used so many thunderbolts to cover a radius of several hundred meters, the few people who were closer to Zi Chen tactfully scattered and rushed to the edge of the battlefield to kill the battle spirits. Block the door. Zi Chen's indifferent voice came from the lightning ball. When the battle in the outside world began, many foreign battle spirits rushed out of the west gate to provide support. The titled ones looked at each other and left the battlefield. They followed the heavenly path and went straight to the west gate. Midway, he suddenly exerted his strength, and a sharp attack that was hundreds of meters long appeared, slashing forward. Under this powerful attack, a large number of battle spirits were wiped out, leaving behind only the strange beast that was howling in terror. They had reached the most critical moment. None of the 15 people, including Zi Chen, could hold back. Therefore, everyone was displaying their strength at this moment, far more than usual. The heavenly path went to the west gate, but there were 3 other gates in Starry Sky City. Fortune Teller and Hidden Mist went to the north and south gates. The dark screen's figure flashed, and he was about to block the east gate. Obviously, if the west gate was blocked, the battle spirits would come out from the other 3 gates, and the other 3 gates would also be blocked. I'll go. A cold voice sounded. It was Jin Qingcheng. She was 1 step ahead of the dark screen and went straight to the east gate. The dark screen nodded and did not hesitate. He turned back to kill the battle spirit army. The heavenly path successfully killed his way to the west gate. He faced the 4 gates, and behind him was a sea of corpses. Any battle spirit that rushed out from the west gate was immediately killed. The heavenly path guarded the west gate like a man guarding a pass. Not a single battle spirit could escape alive. Soon, the city gate was piled up with corpses. In desperation, the battle spirit army could only rush out from the other 3 gates. Among the battle spirit army, Chen, who was still slaughtering, rarely drew his sword. He just flew at extreme speed. Wherever he passed, he released many thunderbolts. The thunderbolts turned into lightning balls, covering a range of hundreds of meters. Within the lightning balls, the thunderbolts were violent. The battle spirits suffered heavy casualties, but some managed to escape alive. However, as soon as these battle spirits rushed out of the sea of lightning, they were killed by other powerful human beings. After using the thunderbolts as his trump card, a mere army of 10,000 people was really not enough in front of Chen. It was only a matter of time before he killed all of them. However, the only thing Chen lacked now was time. Because the 4 of them could not guard the gate all the time. With so many battle spirits attacking, even if they were titled experts, their lives would be in danger if they resisted for a long time. With the help of the endless thunderbolts, even though Chen's killing speed was very fast, Chen still felt that it was slow. The thunderbolts were violent, roaring, and reaping the lives of the battle spirits. The endless thunderbolts kept roaring, deafening. Just as Chen was desperately using the thunderbolts to kill the battle spirits, the sky above the starry sky city became brighter and brighter. Vaguely, there seemed to be a terrifying energy there. The battle spirit army suffered heavy casualties, but not all of them were dead. Boom! A joint attack formed by many forces emerged from the west gate. This force was extremely powerful. Wherever it passed, the corpses of the battle spirits were affected by a trace of energy and immediately turned into ashes. This force passed through the city gate and went straight to Shuntian Dao, who was blocking the gate. Stop it! Looking at such a violent energy attack, Shuntian Dao roared to the sky. His black hair danced wildly, and the energy around his body surged. A dazzling armor appeared, and from the shining armor, a light shield rushed out. The light shield protected Shuntian Dao in the middle. Boom! The joint attack hit the light shield. The powerful force surged violently, and the light shield began to distort violently. After 3 breaths of time, the light barrier reached its limit and exploded. After that, this force hit Shuntian Dao. Ha! Shuntian Dao took a step back and shouted. An even more dazzling light burst out from his body. He was like a demon god. Without retreating a single step, he neutralized this terrifying force. At the city gate, when the group of battle spirits saw this scene, their faces also revealed a horrified expression. Swoosh! Shuntian Dao raised his hand and swept it. The battle spirits who tried to rush out of the city gate were all killed. After blocking that attack, Shuntian Dao seemed to be fine. However, no one saw that a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. There was only a trace of blood, but it was much more serious than the injury when he pretended to cough up blood earlier. He was only a human, not a god. Facing the joint attack of so many high-level battle spirits, it was already extraordinary that he could block it. The other 3 people who showed extreme speed had arrived at the other 3 city gates. They guarded the gates and killed the battle spirits who tried to rush out. However, this method of blocking the gates could not be maintained for long. In the team, in addition to Chen, there were 3 guides, Hammer and Hammer. The 3 of them had reached the 3rd domain realm. Their combat strength was stronger than Chen's. Their killing speed was very fast. On Chen's side, there was only a massacre left. The real fierce battle was at the city gate, where the 4 people guarding the 4 gates were. In the face of powerful attacks, the 4 of them blocked them with their own strength. They did not retreat a single step and bought time for Chen. Boom! The army of 10,000 battle spirits was finally slaughtered by Chen and the others. At this moment, Shuntian Dao, who had withstood several powerful attacks, could no longer withstand the next attack. He was directly hit by the energy and was sent flying. A group of battle spirits rushed out of the west gate. Like a flood that had been opened, they let out earth-shattering roars. Anmu's figure flickered a few times and brought the injured Shuntian Dao back. Looking at the endless number of battle spirits at the city gate, Anmu's eyes widened. He clicked his tongue and said, "Oh my god, how many battle spirits are there in this city?" The only city in the Nether Realm, the Starry Sky City, was the base of the alien battle spirits. After so many years, too many battle spirits had gathered. At this moment, these battle spirits swarmed out. Their number was more than the original 40,000. Boom! Jin Qingcheng, who was guarding the east gate, was sent flying by a powerful force. She coughed up blood and flew back. Then, more battle spirits emerged from the east gate. Some of them were riding on exotic beasts, while others flew directly. Their target was Jin Qingcheng. "Come back. All of you, come back." Zi Chen's voice sounded. Jin Qingcheng gritted her teeth, got up, and flew over. At this moment, Fortune Teller and Mist Shadow were also sent flying by a powerful force. They had failed to guard the gate and had to return. Obviously, these 4 titled warriors were all injured. Many battle spirits rushed out of the 4 gates. There were already more than 40,000 of them. Zi Chen's side only had 15 people. 15 people against tens of thousands of battle spirits. How could they fight this battle? Using thunder? Even if many battle spirits stood still, Zi Chen would need a long time to kill them. The right time, the right place, and the right people had all been gathered. But unfortunately, the right people were on the battle spirit's side. Zi Chen showed his super strength and treated the battle spirits like grass. But he still didn't scare them. They didn't activate the city's defensive array. They just attacked desperately. Zi Chen's final plan was to let them activate the city's defensive array. But in the end, he miscalculated. Sigh. Through the 3 guides, the people in the outside world who saw this scene let out a deep sigh. Zi Chen found a way out in a dead end. And just as he was about to reach the end of the road, who knew that it would be cut off halfway? "There's no other way. There's no other way." Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They were deeply regretful and also deeply regretful. Zi Chen was indeed a genius. Along the way, he shocked everyone again and again. But the number of enemies was too many. They didn't expect that after so many years, the Netherrealm had attracted so many battle spirits. There was only one chance. Once missed, it wouldn't come again. Obviously, if Zi Chen wanted to use the same method, it wouldn't have any effect at all. Now, an army of tens of thousands had appeared. Even if Zi Chen and the others wanted to be death warriors and rush into the starry sky city, facing the endless army, it was impossible. Presently, there were only 2 paths before Zi Chen. One was to flee immediately, and then slowly exhaust the enemy until he died in the netherworld. The other was to immediately fight desperately with the army before him until he died in battle. The other was to immediately fight desperately with the army before him until he died in battle. Of the 15 people, 14 had no idea. Or rather, they were waiting for Zi Chen to make a decision. The army surged forward like a flood. The 15 people gathered together in silence. The 14 people looked at Zi Chen, waiting for Zi Chen to make a decision. Their faces were filled with the determination to fight to the death, with the courage to face death. But what was Zi Chen doing? Chapter 1522. The alien army rushed forward like a flood. At this moment of life and death, the 14 of them did not hesitate to hand their lives over to Zi Chen. As long as Zi Chen said to fight, they would definitely fight to the death. To hand over their lives, what kind of trust was this? But at this critical moment, Zi Chen's mind wandered. His expression was dull, his eyes were blank, and he was speechless. They had not known Zi Chen for a long time, but even the shortest time they had known him was at least a year. After such a long time, Zi Chen's calmness, decisiveness, and intelligence had left a deep impression on them. But when had they ever seen Zi Chen in a daze? What they had seen the most was Zi Chen calmly dealing with matters. Without batting an eyelid, he would scheme against the enemy and thousands of miles away. But today, at this critical moment of life and death, Zi Chen was in a daze. These 2 expressions should not appear on a wise leader like Zi Chen. Everyone was puzzled, because they knew Zi Chen very well. He never gave up, so for him to be in a daze at this moment was very strange. Without this opportunity to make a decision, the non-humankind army swiftly arrived, encircling Zi Chen and his group of 15 people layer by layer. Shun Tiandao turned around and saw the endless army. He sighed and said, not bad. As expected of the Nether Realm. We have killed over 100,000 battle spirits, but I didn't expect there to be so many of them left in the Starry Sky City. The army of battle spirits that surrounded the 15 were nearly 100,000 in number. In addition, there were also alien battle spirits in the Starry Sky City. It seemed that the entire Netherrealm had over 300,000 battle spirits. It seemed impossible for a mere 100 people to destroy an army of hundreds of thousands. The army of nearly 100,000 surrounded the area, but they did not attack immediately. Instead, they coldly looked at the 15 humans who were like turtles in a jar. All the aliens were glowing with killing intent. Their weapons flashed with cold light. They were like fierce wolves and tigers, staring at the prey that was about to enter their mouths. Looking at these battle spirits, Hidden Mist couldn't help but laugh and scold. What bullsh** T is this? You can't even calculate a person's life, so what kind of destiny are you talking about? Jin Qingcheng smiled gently. Her smile was as gentle as the spring breeze. She said lightly, in the entire Shuntian prefecture, I'm afraid you're the only one who doesn't believe in fortune-telling. I don't believe it either. His Tao of divination is bullshit. We've all become turtles in a jar, Dark Mantle also jokingly scolded. No matter if it was the Dark Mantle or the Hidden Mist, in the eyes of the public, they all had the image and bearing that a titled expert from a major power should have. It was the first time that they had cursed like today. Obviously, the two had already seen that their chances of survival were not high. They might as well live a carefree life before they died. In fact, they were quite envious of Man Shaw, Wu Xie and the others. They could scold and curse whenever they wanted, laugh or cry whenever they wanted. They really lived a carefree life. Being questioned again and again, the fortune-teller didn't get angry. He just shook his head and sighed. Before I came here, I did a divination, but this place is very special. The divination didn't show anything, it was blank. As for the saying that there's no danger, it can only deceive a child like Zi Chen. I didn't expect you guys to take it seriously. Haha, the crowd roared with laughter. The wise Zi Chen, the decisive Zi Chen, the powerful Zi Chen, the leader Zi Chen, was actually called a child at this moment. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. As his laughter echoed in the air, a sense of heroism rose from him. Even if they died in battle, it was worth it for the sake of humanity, for the sake of the war-martial continent. Moreover, they had a group of brothers who were fighting side by side. Before this, they had never called each other brothers. However, at this moment, when they felt heroic, they also considered each other as brothers. They were brothers who were closer than real brothers. In the outside world, a group of people laughed when they saw this scene, but they couldn't help but shed tears. Obviously, this trip to the underworld was going to end here. They have created one miracle after another and contributed a lot to the Mana realm. They should be called heroes. They deserve to be called heroes. So what if they were called heroes? What was the use of the title when they were no longer around? Everyone was sad. Many people turned their heads away, unable to bear to look at the heroic smiling faces on the screen. His laughter reverberated through the air like thunder, spreading in all directions and entering the ears of all the battle spirits. The battle spirits sneered and looked at the 15 people mockingly. They couldn't feel the brotherly love in the laughter, nor could they feel the bravery and determination in the face of death. They could only feel sadness and pity. They weren't in a hurry to make a move. They just looked at the 15 pitiful humans mockingly. While the laughter was still echoing, the 14 people soon realized that Zi Chen was still in a daze. Why was he still in a daze at a time like this? The crowd was puzzled. Because they knew Zi Chen too well, all of them looked at Zi Chen and sized him up carefully. Some of them even thought that Zi Chen couldn't have been scared out of his wits, right? They looked at Zi Chen carefully and followed Zi Chen's lifeless gaze to the sky. It was the sky above the Starry Sky City. The sky there was brighter than anywhere else, but that was it. What was there to see in a bright sky? Was home on the other side of the sky? Zi Chen missed home. Zi Chen didn't have a home, and he didn't miss it. He was in a daze because he saw another scene. It was a person who Shan Lei said was naturally surrounded by lightning. The moment this world called the Netherworld was formed, He passed through the obstruction of time and space and came to this world. His arrival was silent and didn't alarm anyone. He came to the sky above the newly built starry sky city. Although there were many foreign race experts below, none of them could see him. He stood in the air and looked around. The lightning around him retracted slightly. Zichen saw his face and was shocked. It was a person who should have died. To be more precise, he should have died in the hands of the foreign invaders. He was an acquaintance because he had once passed through time to teach him a technique, but he failed. His eyes were hollow and deep, like a bottomless abyss, but also like the vast starry sky. In his eyes, there was the sun, the moon, Xing Chen, all things in the world, and the changing of light. With a glance, he seemed to see through time and space, and see the scene billions of years later. Then, he saw Zichen. Zichen also saw him. This was the second time the two of them met after crossing through time and space. Zichen didn't think that the other party could see him because it was too unbelievable. However, the other party did see him. The corners of his mouth curled up and he smiled at Zichen. Zichen's heart skipped a beat. Then, the figure surrounded by lightning disappeared and turned into endless lightning, standing in the sky above the starry sky city. Lightning surged in the sky, spreading a vast power. However, the foreign race below still didn't notice. They only felt that the sky had become a little brighter. Some of the foreign race experts looked up but couldn't see why. However, in Zichen's eyes, there was a terrifying surge of lightning. The lightning was too terrifying, even more terrifying than all the lightning on Zichen's body combined. Zichen couldn't tell whether the figure surrounded by lightning was the real body or a clone, but he could see that the other party turned into lightning and dissipated. The group of 14 people, including Shan Lei, didn't know why Zichen was staring at the slightly brighter sky in a daze. Most of them thought that Zichen was homesick. However, death could come at any time. They had to wake Zichen up. At least, they had to know why they were dying. Jin Qingcheng, who was nearby, reached out her hand and tapped Zichen's arm. Zichen's lifeless eyes gradually lit up. He saw Jin Qingcheng beside him, who was looking at him with a strange expression. Zichen asked blankly, "What's wrong?" Jin Qingcheng's beautiful face flashed with anger. She said, "You're about to die and you're still in a daze." "Oh." Zichen nodded. Obviously, he hadn't fully recovered his attention. Jin Qingcheng was angry and embarrassed. However, in the eyes of the others, it was like flirting between lovers. She immediately laughed again. Others find joy in the midst of suffering, but these people are finding joy in the midst of death. A battle spirit leader looked at the chuckling humans and sneered. "Zichen, at this time, you should at least say a few words. If we have the chance to turn into battle spirits after death, we will definitely remember your last words." The fortune teller joked. "Yeah, say a few words for us." The crowd jeered. They were really finding joy in death. Zichen, who had recovered, gradually sorted out the unbelievable thoughts from before. He looked at the crowd in silence. Then, he raised his head again and looked at the sky above the starry sky city. The sky above the starry sky city was very bright, but there was nothing. However, in Zichen's eyes, there were rays of lightning. These rays of lightning were like angry dragons that were trapped in a space and couldn't rush out. Body turned into lightning. Body turned into lightning. Zichen raised his head and saw a huge space. In that huge space, there were endless lightning dragons. Clearly seeing the lightning dragons in that space, Zichen knew that everything before was not an illusion. It was real. That person had indeed turned into lightning, and he had indeed seen him. Perhaps he had seen this scene in front of him all those years ago, and had seen his predicament. That was why he had turned into lightning to help him. Of course, this statement was more or less unrequited. To be precise, the person surrounded by lightning saw the scene many years later. Therefore, he wanted to borrow Zichen's hand to destroy the starry sky city and the nether realm. However, the other party didn't leave any seals or techniques. Zichen could see the void door that hid the lightning. How could he find a way to open it? At this moment, Zichen finally regained his senses. There was a bright light in his eyes, and the usual calmness and confidence returned to his face. He glanced at the crowd and asked with a smile, "Die? What do you mean die? He's not going to die." Everyone looked at Zichen, puzzled. Chapter 15:23. Of course I won't die. Zichen had regained his usual calmness and confidence. His words were powerful, and it was hard not to believe him. Along the way, everyone had long been accustomed to believing in Zichen. At this moment, death was inevitable and there was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. But if Zichen said he wouldn't die, then he believed that Zichen wouldn't die. In the outside world, the group of cultivators felt deep regret. In the past, they didn't care about Zichen. But after he triggered the Thunder Clan's grudge in the 3rd level and drew out the world rules, he attracted the attention of the old man. Then, Zichen was like a dark horse, rapidly rising. First, he obtained the Spirit Domain Core, suppressing everyone. Then, he obtained the Perfect Domain Seed. After entering the Netherworld realm as the leader, the methods Zichen displayed left everyone shocked. Such a person's potential far surpassed those several titled sovereigns. If he was carefully nurtured, he would surely become an extraordinary existence in the future. Unfortunately, Zichen had encountered a situation where death was certain. There was only a single path left for him. Everyone lamented and even felt some regret. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have allowed Zichen to take such a risk. But as the dazed Zichen woke up and said, "Of course I won't die," everyone raised their heads. They looked at Zichen on the light screen with astonishment. They looked at the high-spirited leader Zichen who didn't give up and whose words carried enormous weight. They were the same as the remaining 14 people. They chose to believe in Zichen, even if they didn't know if there was any chance of survival. But along the way, when had Zichen not accomplished something that everyone thought was impossible? Ha ha! Mocking laughter reverberated through the world. Those battle spirits also heard Zichen's words. Their faces were filled with disdain. They looked at Zichen as if they were looking at an idiot. Facing such a situation, he still dared to say he wouldn't die. This was even more boastful than daydreaming. As long as the battle spirits attacked once, the group of 15 people would all be killed. Thus, there wasn't much time left for Zichen. Zichen pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. The mocking laughter of the alien battle spirits was still echoing in the air. Seeing Zichen soar into the air, the laughter of the battle spirits gradually came to a stop and their expressions changed. One of the leaders raised his hand high up and locked onto Zichen with killing intent. As long as he gave the order, tens of thousands of attacks would fall onto Zichen. Zichen, who was in the air, did not run away. The group of battle spirits did not immediately kill him either. They just looked at Zichen curiously and mockingly. They wanted to see how he could keep people alive. Zichen stood in the sky, where the figure from countless years ago stood. He looked down at the entire Starry Sky City. Outside the Starry Sky City, everything could be seen at a glance. Zichen chuckled and said, "This is indeed a good place." Lightning began to flash around his body, dazzling and resplendent. Wearing the battle armor given to him by Thunderflash, coupled with the power of thunder that surged out from his body, Zichen was like a god of thunder, standing between the heavens and earth. He looked down at everyone, his expression indifferent. He pointed a finger at the sky and shouted, "Thundergate, open." The Thundergate was a portal in the sky that sealed off space. When Zichen saw this portal, he naturally knew how to open it. As his voice fell, everyone was stunned. Thundergate, what was that? This was the Starry Sky world, so where did the Thundergate come from? Looking up at the sky, the humans were stunned and the battle spirits were puzzled. In the sky, there was nothing unusual. It was just that the already bright sky seemed to have become a little brighter. But in the next moment, the space in the sky began to twist and distort. The clouds in the sky began to tumble. Beam after beam of silver light pierced through the clouds like sharp swords. The silver light was like snakes of electricity, sometimes flashing and sometimes appearing, causing the sky to flicker between light and darkness. As the sky changed, the expressions of all the battle spirits changed. The eyes of the humans below lit up. It seemed that a miracle was about to happen. The rolling silver light spread out and enveloped the entire Starry Sky City. Then, it spread out again and enveloped the army of more than 100,000 battle spirits outside the city. More silver light pierced through the clouds. Through the clouds pierced by the silver light, the human battle spirits saw the dazzling lightning hidden in the silver light. A terrifying aura emerged from the sky in the next moment and swept toward the ground. This aura was as vast as the sea and as heavy as a divine mountain, making people feel suffocated. Silver light flashed, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The terrifying aura wreaked havoc on the ground. Everything was like the end of the world. The expressions of all the battle spirits changed drastically. Kill him. Looking at the indifferent Zi Chen standing under the lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, a look of horror appeared on the face of the foreign race leader. He then shouted. Many attacks whizzed toward Zi Chen. Swoosh. Around Zi Chen, the power of space began to distort. It was as if he had entered another space. Many attacks were about to reach him, but they were unable to advance any further. Immediately after, rays of light fell from Zi Chen's body and landed on the 14 people below. When the light fell on the 14 people, they disappeared instantly. When they reappeared, they were already beside Zi Chen in that independent space. The thunder gate opened. The next thing was completely left to the endless lightning. As for Zi Chen and the other 15 people, they became spectators. Boom. The thunder gate opened completely. The clouds in the sky were instantly torn apart. A huge silver world appeared. In this silver world, many lightning bolts fell from the sky. Including Zi Chen, the faces of the 15 people were filled with shock. Because as the lightning fell, they could no longer see anything in their line of sight. There was only the endless light of lightning. It was as if there was a thunderstorm. The power of lightning filled their entire field of vision. The thunderstorm connected heaven and earth. It was like a chain of lightning that pierced through heaven and earth. It fell from the sky and landed outside the starry sky city, landing on the army of 100,000. Boom! A thunderbolt exploded. Before the sound could spread, more thunderbolts exploded. The thunder rumbled. At this moment, other than the flashing lightning, there was only the constant rumbling of thunder. Other than the lightning and thunder, there was no other light or sound in this world. It was as if they had entered a world of lightning. Where the army of 100,000 was originally, it was shrouded in lightning. The lightning exploded and the terrifying power of lightning wreaked havoc. Shrill screams, angry roars, and regretful roars were all covered by the rumbling thunder. Outside the starry sky city, the army of 100,000 was in chaos. But the power of lightning was too terrifying. It covered a wide area. A group of battle spirits died under the roaring thunder before they could rush out. Some of the smarter battle spirits held up a light shield and struggled to hold on. But the lightning in the sky was endless. How long could they hold on? The endless lightning not only fell outside the starry sky city, but also inside the city. Because they did not take the initiative to hold up the defensive array, these lightning bolts fell into the starry sky city unimpeded. After that, the starry sky city became a sea of lightning. Many buildings exploded in the roaring thunder. Many battle spirits died under the raging thunder. In the starry sky city that Zi Chen and the others could not see, large numbers of battle spirits died. Their screams before they died were drowned out by the rumbling thunder. Wave after wave of destructive airwaves spread out into the distance. Hundreds of miles away, in the transformed mountain forest, the killing continued. All kinds of sounds were heard. All the humans were shuttling through the forest, trying their best to kill all the battle spirits. However, there were 30,000 battle spirits in the mountain forest. It was not easy to kill all of them. Suddenly, the world became bright. The earth began to shake. Without any warning, the earth shook as if a great earthquake was coming. A huge wave of air swept into the forest. Then, the deafening sound of rolling thunder could be heard from afar. What happened? The earth shook violently. The rumbling thunder continued as if the end of the world had arrived. Everyone's eyes subconsciously looked in the direction of the thunder. It seems to be the starry sky city. This should be related to Zi Chen and the others. Someone said. Wave after wave of airwaves swept out. Some of the ancient trees near the outside world were uprooted. Rocks rolled down from the mountain peaks. All the ancient trees in the mountain forest swayed as the airwaves came. It looked like they had come alive and were about to attack. Even in the mountain forest, everyone's hair danced with the airwaves. Their cheeks were stinging. Even from so far away, they felt this way. Everyone could not help but wonder what it would be like to be in the middle of an energy attack. Wu Xie, who was bathed in blood, flashed to the top of a mountain. He looked in the direction of the starry sky city. He was hundreds of miles away, but he could not see anything. Besides the rumbling thunder, he could only see the heavenly lightning becoming brighter. Wu Xie did not know what was happening, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. So, he urged the others to speed up the killing. As the earth shook, battle spirits were killed one after another. At the same time, there were also humans who died in this battle. 30,000 battle spirits was not a small number. Once a group of them gathered together, it was a fighting strength that could not be ignored. Outside, the cultivators' senses were the same as Zi Chen and the others. They could only see endless thunder and hear the constant rumbling of thunder. Although what they saw and heard was monotonous, everyone's face was filled with excitement and joy. The Thunder Clan, it's the Thunder Clan again. It seems that they have been brooding over the invasion of the foreign races. They actually hid it from everyone and left such a backup plan in the Nether Realm. Looking at the monotonous thunder on the light screen, the old man praised again and again. That's right. For that power to be hidden for so long without even the foreign races noticing, it must be some kind of seal. Only the people of the Thunder Clan can sense it. Even the battle spirits of the Thunder Clan can't, another old man said. Indeed, Shan Lei was a member of the Thunder Clan. After awakening, he was also a battle spirit of the Thunder Clan. However, he could not sense the vast power of thunder. Chapter 1524. Everyone was excited. With thunder as a backup, destroying the Netherrealm was just around the corner. But after the old man heard this, his expression remained solemn. He shook his head and said, "This power of thunder is indeed terrifying, but it might not be able to kill hundreds of thousands of battle spirits. Especially in that starry sky city. Although they didn't have time to activate the great defensive array, the buildings in the city might have defensive arrays. Once the thunder dissipates, there should still be many battle spirits alive. There will be a fierce battle to come. Whether or not they can survive and complete their mission will depend on how many battle spirits can survive." As the others heard this, their joyful expressions immediately vanished, replaced by ugly ones. If what the old man said was true, then they would be in trouble. Nether Realm. In the skies above Starry Sky City, the rumbling of thunder continued for a quarter of an hour. The thunder within the Thunder Gate also fell for a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, the thunder was exhausted. The world of the Thunder Gate had completed its mission and vanished. The last bit of the Thunder Clan's obsession with the alien race dissipated. The 15 people in the world of the Thunder Gate returned to the real world. Although a quarter of an hour had passed, everyone's faces were still filled with shock. They never imagined that Zi Chen would summon so much thunder at such a time. The shocked crowd was eager to see the results of the thunder, so they all looked down. The once flat ground outside Starry Sky City had now become a giant crater. Within the crater, there were still some thunder shockwaves raging, occasionally emitting deep explosive sounds. Everywhere they looked, charred corpses were strewn across the ground. A pungent smell rose into the air along with the energy shockwaves. After a quarter of an hour of thunder bombarding the army of 100,000 battle spirits, nearly all of them were annihilated. During this time, there were occasional pained howls. But from the sounds, it was clear that even if these people didn't die, they were still severely injured. They were no longer a threat to Zi Chen and the others. Of the 100,000 battle spirits, 90% had died. Less than 10% were injured, and all of them were severely injured. The battle spirits here were no longer a threat. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the Starry Sky City below. In such a large city, everyone could see that over 80% of the buildings had been turned into ruins. But there were still 20% of the buildings standing. Some of them were emitting black smoke and were damaged in many places, just a hair's breadth away from collapsing. There were also some buildings that weren't too badly damaged, but the ones that attracted the most attention were the ones that were still intact. The surface of these buildings flashed with remnant energy light. These remnant lights were their own defense, blocking the bombardment of thunder. Everything was as the old man had predicted. The terrifying lightning had a great killing power. On the streets, there were no living battle spirits, only charred corpses. However, one or two battle spirits would occasionally climb out of the collapsed buildings. As for the battle spirits in the towering buildings, they were completely unscathed. To think that they weren't completely wiped out. Seeing a large number of battle spirits appear in the originally silent city, Mancha appeared slightly disappointed. Compared to a quarter of an hour ago, this is like the difference between heaven and earth. Let's go and destroy the summoning platform first. Zichen patted Mancha's shoulder. Then, he transformed into a streamer of light, and flew towards the center of the city. There, a huge summoning platform appeared. Endless thunder rumbled, but the summoning platform was not destroyed. Mancha and the others followed in a flash. Near the recruitment platform, there were several tall buildings that were still intact. At this moment, battle spirits were constantly rushing out from them. He flashed into the city, and the slaughter started again. Destroy the summoning platform first. After Zichen killed more than a dozen battle spirits with a single slash, he shouted to the people behind him. The three guides nodded. Then, everyone rushed towards the summoning platform. When they arrived at the summoning platform, the three of them split into three directions and began to destroy the summoning platform. Zichen and the others guarded the surroundings to prevent the battle spirits from coming to stop them. Kill these humans. The summoning platform cannot be destroyed. Kill the humans first. Battle spirits rushed out of the buildings one after another. Hundreds of thousands of people had been killed, but the number of battle spirits was still large. After rushing out of the buildings, seeing that the humans were about to destroy the last summoning platform, the surviving battle spirits became crazy and rushed towards them without regard for their lives. Boom! Zichen waved his hand. A large area of lightning appeared. The charging lightning turned into a huge thunder ball and swept the charging battle spirits in. Then, Zichen drew his sword. The sharp sword light swept to the side and instantly killed 5 or 6 battle spirits. Jin Qingcheng was guarding him from the side. She was seriously injured when blocking the door, so it was a little difficult for her to stop these crazy battle spirits. The slaughter continued. Many battle spirits fell, but more and more battle spirits appeared in the sight of Zichen and the others. There should be only 15 humans left. Let's close the door and beat the dogs. A battle spirit who seemed to have a high status appeared. When he saw Zichen and the other 15 humans from afar, his eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Activate the defensive array. With a loud shout, the defensive array of the Starry Sky City was finally activated. However, because of the previous lightning baptism, many of the array bases were damaged. The activated array's defense was not as good as it was at its peak. Even so, this defensive array was not something that Zichen and the others could break. Oh no, we can't get out. Looking at the light shield that enveloped the entire city, Mancha screamed. Zichen smiled coldly and said, since we can't get out, let's kill like crazy. The 30,000 soldiers in the forest were finally destroyed by everyone's all-out attack. The group of living humans walked out of the forest, and Wu Xie began to count the number of people. Zichen took away 14 people, and there were still 79 people left. Now there were 46 people left. The number of casualties was as high as 33, and many of the 46 people alive were seriously injured. The leader was Wu Xie, who had been following Zichen all this time. After the losses were accounted for, the twins and Shong Guanhong also walked out of the forest. The three of them collected the remaining mountain spirits and ancient tree spirits that were still alive. I wonder how Zichen is doing. We have to go and take a look. Wu Xie said in a deep voice. Then, the group turned into a stream of light and headed straight for the Starry Sky City. Dongqing and Shong Guanhong had been worried about Zichen. They felt that following the main group was too slow, so Dongqing summoned the Aurora Pegasus and moved forward quickly. When they arrived at the Starry Sky City, the two of them saw the isolated Starry Sky City, and their expressions changed instantly. The deep pit outside the city was filled with corpses. There were battle spirits and slaves. Under the lead of the Aurora Pegasus, the two of them circled around the battlefield and didn't find any human corpses. They heaved a sigh of relief. If they weren't dead, then they were naturally in the Starry Sky City. However, the formation above the Starry Sky City had already been activated. The two of them rushed to the sky above the Starry Sky City and looked down at the city, but they couldn't see anything. They tried to launch a few attacks, but they didn't even cause a ripple. How could the two of them break through the formation of a city? Wu Xie and the others rushed over. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were shocked. There were no less than 100,000 corpses on the ground. They didn't understand how Zi Chen did it. During this time, there were some wailing battle spirits. These battle spirits were all seriously injured. After asking Zi Chen and the others for information, they were directly killed. Did you see Zi Chen? Wu Xie flew towards the two of them. The two of them shook their heads. Dongqing pointed at the light shield below and said, "There are no traces of him outside. Zi Chen might have entered. We have to break the light shield quickly." "All right." Ji Yuwen, Ma Yingqiang, quickly set up the formation. The two brothers hurried over and started to set up the formation in the air. The others were looking for battle spirits that were seriously injured but not dead. After finding them, they asked Zi Chen and the others for information. After failing to find any, they killed them again. Purely out of luck, they actually found a living slave. A cultivator who was good at searching souls stepped forward and easily searched the slave's memories. After seeing the scene through the memories, the cultivator's face was immediately filled with shock. When everyone heard that Zi Chen summoned endless lightning and directly destroyed an army of 100,000, even the Starry Sky City was affected, they were all shocked. Wu Xie's face was very gloomy. The whole story was very clear. Zi Chen led people in and destroyed the recruitment platform. He only hoped that Zi Chen could hold on for a while longer. Outside, the twins were breaking the formation. In the Starry Sky City, the front of Zi Chen and the others was already covered with battle spirits' corpses. Facing Zi Chen and the others near massacre battle, these battle spirits were not afraid at all. Instead, they attacked even more fiercely. This was because the recruitment platform was about to be destroyed. Boom! 2 hours later, the largest, most important, and last recruitment platform was destroyed. It turned into endless ruins and could never be restored. With the destruction of the recruitment platform, the mysterious connection between the Nether Realm and the Mana Realm was completely cut off. From now on, the awakened battle spirits of other races would not be recruited. This was the ultimate goal of Zi Chen and the others. Now that they had completed their mission, the three guides heaved a huge sigh of relief. At this moment, Jin Qingcheng collapsed from her injuries. "Protect Jin Qingcheng," Zi Chen said. Shan Lei went forward and brought Jin Qingcheng back to the ruins of the recruitment platform. He replaced Jin Qingcheng's position. Then, the other three titled cultivators also collapsed and were replaced by Ba Dao and Zhong Chue. Then, the 11-person team began to shrink and defend. Because of the lightning on him, Zi Chen had more space to defend. However, after a while, the lightning was almost exhausted. During the battle, Mansha inadvertently looked up and saw figures flashing outside the light shield. He looked happy and said, "They're here." Zi Chen saw Wu Xie and the others, as well as the anxious Shong Guanhong and Dongqing. However, the latter did not see them and looked back at the battlefield. Zi Chen said calmly, "The twins need 1 day to break the formation. We have to hold on for at least 1 day. 1 day. Mansha's expression was bitter. It was not easy for the two of them to break the formation in such a big city in 1 day. The destruction of the recruitment platform destroyed the hope of the battle spirits. The battle spirits attacked even more desperately and fell one after another. Everyone was exhausted and almost exhausted. They were all seriously injured. In the end, even Dark Mantle and Mansha could not hold on any longer and collapsed. Only Zi Chen and the three guides were left. Zi Chen had endless power, but the three guides did not. The three of them could not hold on any longer. Zichen glanced at the three of them and said in a deep voice, "Brothers, take care of the others. Leave this to me." After he finished speaking, without waiting for their response, a violet gold gourd charged out from Zichen's sea of consciousness. A misty light descended from the mouth of the gourd, enveloping the group of 14 people before taking them away. Zichen was the only one left at the scene. Chapter 1525. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they witnessed the destruction of the last summoning platform. This was a magnificent feat that everyone had aspired to accomplish since the establishment of the Mana Realm. However, millions of years had passed, and all the teams that had entered the Nether Underworld had perished. This time, Zichen was the only one who had led everyone to complete this seemingly impossible mission. From now on, the entire prefectural realm had truly become the prefectural realm of the Jianwu continent. It had become a true trial ground. From now on, the prefectural realm would open as usual. The foreign tribe battle spirits would be controlled by them and become the targets of the humans' trials. The mission was successfully completed, but Zichen and the others were obviously in danger. 11 of the team's 15 people were severely injured, and reinforcements had yet to arrive. Hammer and the other two were obviously at their limits. Zichen was still powerful, but no one knew how long he could last until the twins broke the formation. The image disappeared after Zichen took away Hammer and the other two. No one could see what happened in the starry sky city. The mission was successfully completed, and everyone was relieved. They should have been relaxed, but now they couldn't relax at all. Their faces were full of worry for Zichen and the others. Zichen was the only human left in the starry sky city. He sheathed his scabbard and held his saber in his right hand. He glanced at the battle spirits around him indifferently. With a flash of brilliance, the 3 battle spirits rushed towards Zichen. The sharp blades in their hands flashed with a cold light. Their sudden burst of speed whistled through the air, causing Zichen's black hair to flutter wildly. Swoosh! Zichen held his saber and slashed forward. A sharp saber light flashed. He beheaded them. 3 heads flew high into the air, and blood spurted out. Zichen's body swayed slightly, and he neutralized the vibrating power around him. With a whistling sound, the 4 battle spirits behind Zichen closed in. Before Zichen could turn around, 3 battle spirits appeared on his left and 3 on his right. Cold light appeared in front of him where he had just killed the 3 battle spirits. Cold light surged from all directions, encircling Zichen and attacking him. Previously, the 4 of them had been able to guard all 4 sides. Now that only Zichen was left, they could only guard one side. Zichen's eyes were calm. The power around him surged, and a 3-meter space appeared. As soon as the battle spirits entered the 3-meter radius, they immediately felt a tremendous pressure. This pressure caused the speed of the battle spirits to plummet, causing their complexions to change. In this 3-meter space, Zichen's speed increased greatly. Swoosh! The saber light flashed again, and the heads of these battle spirits flew 3 meters away from their bodies. The battle spirits all had their eyes wide open, dying with grievances. Within the 3-meter space, a surge of energy rippled out, and the headless corpses, along with the blood that spurted out, were shaken out of the 3-meter space. Although Zichen's eyes were calm, his heart was not calm at all. He regretted his current state. If it wasn't the so-called 3-meter space, but a 3-meter space, or even a 3-meter space, Zichen would be able to exterminate these reckless battle spirits in a matter of minutes. Unfortunately, there were no IFS. The domain space was only 3 meters. Even so, Zichen should feel lucky and not complain. This was because no one else would give them a 3-meter domain space. After opening up the 3-meter space, the pressure on Zichen was greatly reduced. All the battle spirits that tried to charge forward had less than 10% of their original speed in this 3-meter space, and were easily killed by Zichen. One battle spirit after another fell, but more battle spirits rushed forward. These battle spirits were not afraid of death. As the slaughter continued, Zichen, who had attacked again and again, gradually became unable to withstand it. His spirit was extremely weak, and he looked like he was about to die. The leader of the battle spirits stood in the distance and watched. He didn't attack. Looking at Chen, who had been on the verge of death but still hadn't died, he felt very depressed. Although he couldn't see what the 3-meter space was, after a human revealed that state, under normal circumstances, he should have died after a while. But around that human, there was a thick pile of corpses, and he was still in that state. The battle spirit leader frowned gloomily. Chen knew that the other party was sizing him up from afar, but in this situation, the battle spirits had clearly gone crazy. Killing the leader was no different from killing an ordinary battle spirit. As a result, Chen didn't need to waste his energy to kill the leader. If he could hold on for a moment, then he would. If he couldn't, then he would think of another way. In the outside world, the twins were very anxious, so they went all out. Their potential erupted, and their formation speed was the fastest in their lives. But to cover a huge city was not something that could be done in a short period of time. A day and a night was their limit. Puff! A saber fell, and another battle spirit died 3 meters away. Chen's saber was still as decisive and ruthless as before, but his speed was greatly reduced. If it weren't for the 3-meter space, with his speed, he would have already been swarmed by the battle spirits and chopped to death. The 3-meter space was no longer as clean as before. Blood sprinkled everywhere, and Chen's body was dyed in blood. He was like a man made of blood. His eyes were no longer sharp, and his bright black eyes showed signs of slackening. This was a sign that he couldn't endure and was about to die. Looking at this scene from afar, the battle spirit leader couldn't help but smile. He signaled for more battle spirits to attack. He knew that the human was about to die. Swish! 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 More battle spirits rushed towards Chen, attacking Chen from all directions. The 3-meter space around Chen suddenly vanished. The battle spirit leader was overjoyed. He thought that the human was about to fall and die. Boom! However, in the next moment, lightning surged, and a thunder ball dozens of meters wide appeared. The power of thunder raged, and the screams of the battle spirits rang out from the thunder ball. The battle spirit leader was furious. This damn guy, didn't he use up the thunder long ago? The power of thunder raged in the thunder ball. The battle spirits didn't dare to go forward. They could only wait at the edge for the thunder ball to dissipate. As soon as the thunder ball dissipated, the battle spirits looked in front of them, dumbfounded. They saw that on the many corpses, dozens of humans suddenly appeared, and these humans were all exactly the same. Just as they were dumbfounded, these humans moved, fleeing in all directions. It was Chen's usual doppelganger trick. Chase after them. The battle spirit leader was furious. He turned around and shouted. Many battle spirits chased after those doppelgangers. In about 10 breaths of time, all the doppelgangers were killed. After that, the battle spirits were dumbfounded again. The doppelgangers were destroyed, but where was the real body? Why couldn't they see the real body? Find them, find them. Find them even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, the battle spirit leader shouted angrily. That human was starting to play these little tricks. It was obvious that he was really about to die. At this moment, Chen was sitting cross-legged in his own 3-meter world. With perfect defense and armor, his injuries weren't serious, but his mental energy consumption was great. Previously, the battle spirits were closing in step by step. In addition, the others were also supporting him, so Chen didn't have time to use his doppelgangers. Now, it was time to use them vividly. Of course, this was also an act of self-protection. Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. There was a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Hiding in his own domain, it would take a while for the battle spirits to find him. Chen could take advantage of this time to recover. The battle spirits outside began to use all kinds of methods and eye techniques to find Chen's traces. They carefully examined every space nearby, but they didn't find the slightest abnormality. The battle spirit leader's eyes shone with a strange light. This was also an eye technique. He was examining the suspicious power of space around him. This was the Nether Realm, a special place. Others couldn't open their domains here. Although Chen was a bit special, he would leave behind spatial fluctuations after opening his domain. The battle spirits held their breaths and stayed motionless. They examined one area after another. Suddenly, the battle spirit leader's gaze fell on the space beside a corpse on the ground. There was something strange about the space there. In the domain, Zichen opened his eyes, surprise on his face. They found me so quickly. Just as he noticed the abnormality, the battle spirit leader saw a figure dash out and then turn into a stream of light, flying into the distance. Kill him! The battle spirit leader shouted. The light in his eyes dimmed as he pointed at the fleeing figure. The group of battle spirits chased after him with all their might. However, the speed of this human was extremely fast. Under the extreme speed he displayed, his figure flickered in and out of existence. The group of battle spirits following behind him were also being played around with. Trash, you're all trash. The battle spirit leader was furious. He personally went to chase after Zichen. Puff. After a round of pursuit, Zichen's body was split into two halves, but there was no sign of blood. Damn it, another clone. The battle spirit leader reacted, but it was too late. Zichen's real body had already run away. He could only search again. In the purple gold gourd, the group of 14 people were very worried about Zichen. They were afraid that he would be in danger. They didn't know that Zichen was alone in this huge city. With the help of the domain and his clones, he was like a fish in water. The only downside was that he couldn't kill other battle spirits. In the outside world, the old man and the others sighed, feeling both regret and regret. In their hearts, they all predicted that something bad would happen. Outside the starry sky city, Wu Xie and the others were also very anxious. They kept urging the twins to speed up. In the starry sky city, Zichen no longer killed people. He focused on hiding, but this made the battle spirits even angrier than killing people. Damn it, come out. The battle spirit leader roared. He had already killed more than a dozen humans, and they were all very fast. However, he was helpless. These humans were all damn clones. After killing many clones, the battle spirit leader could clearly feel that the clones were getting faster and faster. Obviously, this was because his real body was recovering. Damn it, do you dare to come out and fight? The battle spirit leader roared. Let's fight. A cold voice sounded. Zichen appeared and stared coldly at the battle spirit leader. The latter shouted and charged at Zichen. After a dozen moves, the battle spirit leader slashed Zichen again and said angrily, another clone. In the domain world, Zichen was still recovering. He seemed to have heard the battle spirit leader's roar. He smiled faintly and said, I only have one clone now. Since you want it, I'll give you another one. As he spoke, another light figure rushed out and turned into a clone. After the clone appeared, it fled without fighting. Zichen, who was focused on saving his life, played the battle spirits in the city. Unknowingly, a day and a night passed. Chapter 1526. After a day and a night, they finished setting up the formation. The twins then arranged the mountain spirits according to the formation. Finally, they summoned the mountain spirit king and placed it above the starry sky city. The formation was activated, and beams of light appeared. The mountain spirits were activated, releasing their power and injecting it into the mountain spirit king. A violent aura swept through the sky, and a storm appeared out of nowhere. A huge mountain peak fell from the sky with a vast power. Boom! The mountain peak fell heavily, and the light shield trembled. Ripples spread out. Such a powerful attack, but the effect was minimal. This made the twins' faces turn ugly. If they continued to bombard the city like this, even if hundreds of such attacks were launched, they might not be able to break the formation below. City defense formation and guardian formation were only one word apart, but the effect was much worse. Break the formation quickly, Wu Xie said in a low voice when he saw this scene. The two brothers nodded and no longer had any scruples. As they changed the seals in their hands, dozens of mountains below exploded. A destructive power emerged from the exploded mountains. This power was absorbed by the formation and transferred into the huge mountains. Boom! The mountain spirit king went completely berserk. An unimaginable power was released from it, and the surrounding space began to distort violently. The Mountain Spirit King crashed down, and a terrifying power erupted. The entire Starry Sky City began to shake, and the light shield of the formation began to distort. In the Starry Sky City, the battle spirits who had been mocking the humans for attacking the weak were shocked after the Mountain Spirit King's second attack. Again, the twins shouted and controlled the Mountain Spirit King to rise from the ground. Another mountain peak exploded, and the formation began to absorb the power crazily. It was then converted into the Mountain Spirit King's body. Boom! Boom! Loud sounds rang out, and the entire Starry Sky City trembled violently. The defensive formation in the sky began to distort crazily, forming all kinds of strange shapes. The power that formed the formation was constantly being consumed under the Mountain Spirit King's attacks. In the city, almost no battle spirits could stand as the tremors continued. Many buildings collapsed in the tremors. The foreign race leader looked up and saw the defensive formation in danger. His eyes were filled with despair. He knew it was over. The Starry Sky City was completely finished. Boom! With a final explosion, the array was broken, and the Starry Sky City appeared before everyone's eyes. When the tyrannical energy and the pervading smoke and dust dispersed, what entered everyone's eyes were corpses and despairing battle spirits, but no humans were seen. Shangguan Hong and Dong Qing's eyes immediately turned red, and tears fell from their cheeks. Wu Xie frowned, feeling downcast. As for the other humans who had soared into the sky, they fell silent after seeing what had happened below. The silence made them very sad. On one hand, it was because of Zi Chen, and on the other hand, it was because of themselves. After all, only Zi Chen was in control of the way back. If Zi Chen died, even if they survived, they would not be able to return. Everyone was extremely dejected, so much so that they forgot to kill the remaining battle spirits. Suddenly, they saw light erupt from a certain place in the city. A figure appeared. That figure was shining from head to toe and was extremely eye-catching. Streaks of lightning surged around him. This was someone who was naturally surrounded by lightning radiance. Everyone's dejected, disappointed, and sad expressions lit up when they saw that figure. Because that person was none other than Zi Chen. Zi Chen, who had reappeared, not only did he not have any injuries, but he also looked like he was at his peak, showing off his ability and powerful confidence. But was Zi Chen the only one left out of the 15? In the next moment, the light flashed again, and the other 14 people appeared. After more than a day of recovery, although everyone's injuries had not fully healed, their spirits were much better. When everyone saw Zi Chen at his peak, they were all stunned. After all, after so long, they all thought that it was already a miracle that Zi Chen could hold on until now. However, not only did Zi Chen hold on until now, but he was also at his peak. As they looked up, they found that the light shield had disappeared. The array was broken, and reinforcements had indeed come. A group of humans descended from the sky and arrived beside the 15 people. Zi Chen glanced at everyone, counted the number of people, and said, "Only these people are left." Wu Xie nodded and said, 33 died in this battle. People were bound to die in war. This was something that Zi Chen had expected. He collected his thoughts and turned his gaze to the battle spirits of the foreign races. The human reinforcements had arrived, and each of them was like a pack of wolves and tigers, revealing their killing intent. The battle spirits in the city, which were not many to begin with, were in complete despair. There was no defensive array in the sky, but there was another array, and there were 2 humans controlling this array. The battle spirits were completely dead. Despair. Complete despair. After despair, they attacked desperately, hoping to exchange a life for a life. After a battle to the death, they were all dead. All the battle spirits in the entire Starry Sky City were killed, and not a single one was left alive. Wu Xie took out the map again, and there were 2 small towns marked on it. He asked Zi Chen if he wanted to go and destroy them. Zi Chen waved his hand and said, "No need, that small town has already lost its battle spirits." Indeed, when the Starry Sky City was on the brink of life and death, the battle spirits of these small towns had already been summoned. Now, they were all empty. This time, everyone had completed their mission perfectly, and many of them were crying tears of joy. Those who survived all had a huge amount of luck points on them. To be honest, they were all starting to worry about whether they would have enough items to exchange after returning to the Tongyu Tower. In the outside world, the cultivators were also cheering, and they were completely relieved. The old man gestured for everyone to put away the jade slips. The underworld was completely finished, and these jade slips were useless. Although they would not be destroyed, they would be sealed. Looking at the excited people on the screen, the old man said with a smile, "Next, it's time to welcome these little guys back. Yes, they are all so outstanding. To be able to come back alive, they must have a lot of luck points on them. I'm also a little doubtful whether our items are enough for them to exchange," a cultivator said excitedly. The old man waved his hand and said with a smile, "Under normal circumstances, of course it's not enough. Send someone to inform them that from now on, everything will be 10 times more expensive." Ah! The group of battle spirits were all stunned. The old man said nonchalantly, "Although our mana realm has collected many shattered small worlds back then, we don't have an infinite amount of resources. If they take all of our small worlds, who will come to our mana realm to train?" The people behind him could only nod helplessly. Everyone was very excited that they were going back. Many people rushed into the buildings and the large trading areas to begin their last search. Occasionally, they would encounter 1 or 2 battle spirits who were pretending to be dead and killed them directly. Zichen sat alone on the city wall, looking into the distance with a melancholy expression. He seemed absent-minded. There was a flash of light, and the heavy hammer appeared in front of Zichen. He smiled and said, "Everything is over. It's time to go back. You seem very unhappy." When the old man saw Zichen on the screen, he laughed and said, "Tell Zichen not to worry. I will fulfill my promise to him. I will complete the mission perfectly and create a miracle. He should be happy." Zichen naturally did not know the old man's words. He looked into the distance, but his heart was in a dilemma. After a while, he sighed and said, "Is everything really over?" "What do you mean?" Heavy Hammer was stunned and asked in confusion. In the outside world, the old man and the others were also stunned by Zichen's words. Zichen turned to look at Heavy Hammer and said, "Didn't you notice that we haven't encountered any high-level foreign battle spirits along the way?" "High level? Isn't the peak of the second layer high enough?" "This is the rule of this world. The peak of the second layer is the limit," Heavy Hammer explained with a smile. Zichen shook his head and said, "But you are at the third layer domain. This is different. I came from the outside world and am not bound by the rules." Heavy Hammer patted Zichen's shoulder to reassure him. "Is that really the case?" Zichen smiled bitterly and said truthfully, "Back then, we had a spiritual confrontation with the one who controlled the Mountain Spirit King. I know that his strength is definitely above the second layer domain." Heavy Hammer's expression changed when he heard this. Zichen said, "Even now, I still have the other party's spiritual thought. However, 99% of the battle spirits here are dead, but that spiritual thought still exists." Zichen looked at Heavy Hammer and said, "Big brother Heavy Hammer, you should understand what I mean." Heavy Hammer's expression turned ugly, but he could not make up his mind. "He is right. I also felt that it was strange before, but I always thought that it was the rule. Now, it seems that is not the case." The old man frowned and said in a deep voice. The others' expressions became unnatural, and their excitement disappeared without a trace. If such an existence really exists, why didn't they send reinforcements when the Netherrealm was destroyed? Someone was puzzled. This is indeed a suspicious point, but what if they are doing something more important than the destruction of the Netherrealm? The old man said. In the Netherrealm, what could be more important than the destruction of all the battle spirits? The answer was obvious, and everyone's expression changed. "Can you find the hiding place of that battle spirit?" On the city wall, Heavy Hammer looked at Zichen and asked. Zichen nodded and said, "I have an 80% chance." "Why are you telling me?" Heavy Hammer asked in confusion, "Isn't it good to go back like this?" Zichen raised his head and looked into the distance. He muttered, "Of course it is good to go back like this, but I am worried that because of my selfishness, I will harm many innocent humans." Clearly, the intelligent Zichen had guessed what was about to happen. Heavy Hammer's eyes became resolute. He looked at Zichen and said, "If I didn't know about this, I naturally wouldn't do anything. But if I knew, I would choose to stay. You should know that this is my mission here." Zichen nodded and said, "I know. Since I said it, I will naturally stay. I am not as resolute as the other titled individuals, but since things have come to this, I will definitely not back down." "Then what about the others?" Heavy Hammer asked, looking at Zichen with eyes full of admiration. "I will say that the rule I know is not enough to open the passage here." Heavy Hammer looked at Zichen in surprise. He actually wanted to lie to everyone. This was clearly not Zichen's usual style. Humanity cannot stand the test, but it is not meant to be tested. The entrance to the nether realm can only be opened once, so I will not test humanity at this time. There is no need to test those I deeply believe in, and there is no point in testing those who do not. Chapter 15:27. Human nature could not withstand the test and was not meant to be tested. This sentence was a classic in the ears of the battle spirits. All of the battle spirits present had lived for 2 lifetimes and naturally understood what Zichen meant. Even if there was a test, some people would choose righteousness and some would choose to give up. So what? Zichen only had one chance to open the nether realm. Naturally, he would not give this chance to others. He would only give it to himself or to those who made the same choice as him. Therefore, it was meaningless for others to choose not to. Moreover, Zichen was now standing on the side of righteousness for humanity. In the starry sky city, Zichen's summons resounded. Everyone came excitedly. A cultivator joked, "We're going back so soon. I still have a lot of good things to collect." The others laughed. It was obvious that everyone was in a good mood. Zichen's expression was gloomy as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone's excitement gradually disappeared because of Zichen's gloomy expression. Under Zichen's expression, everyone suddenly felt a pressure in their hearts. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. They all thought that there would be an unforeseen event. In the starry sky city that was covered in corpses, a group of humans gathered together. They did not say a word and the atmosphere was very silent and oppressive. "Everyone, first of all, congratulations on being alive. Next, I have bad news for everyone. It is very, very, very bad news," Zichen emphasized in a clear voice. Everyone's expression changed because they could vaguely guess what the bad news was. "That's right. Everyone might have guessed it. We can't go back. To be precise, we can't go back from the starry sky city," Zichen said again. "Why can't we go back?" A cultivator asked in confusion. "That's because the perfect domain seed I've refined doesn't match the outsider's laws in this space." "What should we do if it doesn't match?" Everyone looked at Zichen. Zichen stretched out 2 fingers and said, "Now, there are 2 ways. One is to give up and live here until the end of our lives. The other is to find a space that matches my laws. Once we find that place, we can enter and leave alive." The crowd began to discuss animatedly. In the netherworld, there was only this single large space, and there was no such thing as a small space. So if everyone wanted to find another matching space, it was undoubtedly like searching for a needle in a haystack. Zichen waved his hand and said, "Everyone, let's hurry up and search. If we can't find it in 3 days, I can only lead everyone to fight." Although they knew that there was no hope in 3 days, the anxious crowd had no choice but to disperse and find their way home. Looking at the anxious crowd, Zichen couldn't help but blame himself, but this was the most reasonable solution he could think of. The ignorant are fearless. While everyone was searching for the strange space that Zichen had mentioned, Zichen sat cross-legged on the city wall and waited quietly. The 3 days were actually for the 14 people who were seriously injured to recover. Zichen could guess that there would be one more battle, and it would be the final battle. There shouldn't be many battle spirits, but each and every one of them was a powerhouse. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Naturally, no one found anything and returned dejectedly. The 14 people who were originally injured had recovered from their injuries in these 3 days, and their battle strength had returned to peak condition. Everyone gathered again, and Mansha asked, "What's the last method?" Zichen stretched out his hand, and a glowing mini-mountain appeared. Zi Chen gently held the mountain and asked, "Does anyone remember this?" This was the mountain spirit king. Who didn't know? Along the way, this fellow had played a crucial role. The mountain spirit king's contribution to the survival of so many people couldn't go unnoticed. Moreover, Zi Chen had spent a lot of effort to subdue it. It was also at that time that everyone learned that if Zi Chen died, none of them would be able to leave. "Isn't this the mountain spirit king? Why did you take it out?" Man Sha asked, puzzled. Zi Chen weighed the mountain in his hand and said, "It took me several days to subdue it. Actually, I didn't tell everyone the truth. It didn't take me much time to subdue it. During those few days, I was fighting with another spiritual sense. That spiritual sense wasn't weak, and I've kept it until now." Everyone wasn't stupid. After hearing Zi Chen's words, their expressions changed. "You mean that spiritual sense is still there?" This time, it was Shantian who spoke. Zi Chen nodded and said, "That's right. The spiritual sense is still there, which means that the master isn't dead. I'm guessing that the place where the spiritual sense is located is the place where we can leave. Now, I'm 10% confident that I can find that place the moment I cut off the spiritual sense." When everyone heard this, they didn't show any joy. After fighting with Zi Chen's spiritual sense for so long, the other party was undoubtedly a powerhouse, a true powerhouse. If there was only one powerhouse in that place, then it would be fine. If there were many of them, then it would be dangerous to barge in. The foreign battle spirits here are too weak. Even the leaders are only SOSO. At first, I had some doubts, but now it seems that my suspicions are true. There is another space here, and that space has a true battle spirit powerhouse. The fortune teller hit the nail on the head. Everyone's already ugly expressions turned even uglier because of this. Today, I've gathered everyone here to tell you about this matter. Then, I'll let you decide for yourselves whether to find this place or not. If you find it, whether to go in or not. Everyone here will have one vote, and the decision will be decided by voting. The minority obeys the majority. Zi Chen held the mini mountain and looked at everyone. "Those who agree, raise your left hand. Those who disagree, raise your right hand. Is there even a need to vote? It's obvious that we have to go. Otherwise, how are we going to go back?" Man Sha's loud voice rang out, and then he raised his right hand. "Cough, those who agree, raise your left hand." Zi Chen coughed lightly. Man Sha smiled awkwardly and quickly changed his hand. "I want to go back. Even if there is danger on the way back, I want to go back." Shun Tiandao raised his left hand and said seriously, "This time, if I can escape from death, after I go back, I will ignore the elders' objections and ask for a wife who will care about me and love me." While speaking, Shun Tiandao winked at Dongqing and Shong Guanhong. Along the way, the two of them were worried and trusting of Zi Chen. Their expressions made people feel conflicted. As long as one was not a fool, one could see their thoughts. But it was a pity that although Zi Chen was a competent leader, he was not a real man. He always tried to escape. It was really petty. However, people liked this kind of petty. It made people envious and jealous. Recently, even Wu Shuang and Jin Qingcheng looked at Zi Chen with a somewhat ambiguous gaze. This made people feel uncomfortable. Dongqing and Shong Guanhong's faces turned red. They did not say anything, but they obediently raised their left hand. "Mph, I want to go back too." Wu Shuang snorted and raised her hand. Lang Wei chuckled and said, "I want to go back too. I want to be the matchmaker for Sister Wu Shuang." Wu Shuang hit Lang Wei's head and glared at him. "Who asked you to be the matchmaker?" "Sister Wu Shuang, don't hit my head. It's inauspicious," Lang Wei said strangely. "Phut, what do you mean inauspicious?" Wu Shuang glared again and rubbed Lang Wei's head gently. The latter chuckled again. "Everyone is talking about getting a wife when they go back. Of course, I want to go back too. When I go back, I will marry Qingcheng. By then, everyone will come to the wedding." Yi Ming smiled and looked at Jin Qingcheng. The latter was expressionless. Yi Ming smiled proudly and secretly looked at Zi Chen. The latter was expressionless too. Yi Ming was from Golden Leaf City. His identity was on par with Jin Qingcheng. If he really went back alive, Yi Ming's prominent identity would be obvious. Although Zi Chen was the leader now, if he really left, the gap between Zi Chen and Yi Ming's identity would be reversed, just like the gap between the two's combat power. This was originally a joke from Shuntian Dao. Unexpectedly, everyone used it to make a fuss. Everyone said that they wanted to get a wife. In an instant, the atmosphere was stirred up. Everyone's sensitivity to danger was greatly reduced. Since they chose to leave, they naturally had to fight. Zi Chen looked at the crowd again. After this battle, he did not know how many people could really go back and get a wife. He suddenly became sad and a little depressed. He said, "Everyone, we have been fighting side by side all this time. We are brothers of life and death. If there is anything you need from me, Zi Chen, if I don't die, you can ask me for help in the future." Everyone nodded. This was a separation of life and death. Many people who were emotional also felt sad. However, there were some who did not think so. Besides his identity as the leader, Zi Chen's other identity was that of Hu Ping City. Who would go to Hu Ping City to ask for help? Their cities were all ranked at the top. There were countless powerhouses in their clans. Although Zi Chen was currently suppressing everyone and had the greatest combat power, once he went to the outside world, there would be many powerhouses who could kill Zi Chen without the restriction of the prefectural boundaries. Of course, those who had such thoughts did not express their thoughts. They only nodded solemnly. After all, Zi Chen was still the leader. However, Zi Chen was so smart that he could definitely be called a master. The other party's eyes flashed, and he already guessed what the other party was thinking. He smiled but felt a little awkward. He did not expect to be ignored when he expressed his feelings. The youth in linen clothes, Shuntian Dao, was very innocent. He did not know what the others were thinking. He was affected by Zi Chen's words and said emotionally, "Zi Chen is my big brother. His words are my words. If we go back alive, we will be brothers of life and death. If you need help, just ask someone to ask." Shuntian Dao was a titled cultivator of Shuntian City. His combat power was only slightly weaker than Zi Chen's, but his status was hundreds of levels higher than Zi Chen's. His words naturally carried a lot of weight. Everyone nodded repeatedly, and they also had a higher opinion of Zi Chen. Everything else aside, with Shuntian Dao's help in the future, Zi Chen would naturally be able to reach a very high level. If Zi Chen left Hu Ping City, Shuntian Dao would definitely try to rope him into Shuntian City. In this way, Zi Chen's status would naturally be high. There was still a long way to go before they could go back. Thus, everyone had to think about their future. If they took the opportunity to befriend the geniuses of some major forces, there would only be benefits and no harm in the future. Thus, after Zi Chen expressed his feelings, some other thoughts appeared in everyone's minds. P.S. This chapter was originally going to be called Human Nature, but after thinking about it, I decided not to embarrass myself. The human heart represents the individual, and the general meaning of human nature is too great. Chapter 1528. Everyone was chatting with smiles on their faces. Their thoughts were lively, but they had neglected the upcoming danger. Listening to the emotional laughter of the crowd, Zi Chen wanted nothing more than to slap himself in the face. It was just a moment of emotion, but it actually brought about such an effect. It was fine if they had opinions about him, but they must not affect the final battle. Some people in the team could also sense this subtle change in mood, and all of them were sneering in their hearts. Before they even left, they were already looking down on Zi Chen, thinking that Zi Chen came from a lowly background. It was clear that even titled experts viewed Zi Chen in a new light and called Zi Chen Big Brother. Did they really think that titled experts were blind? After all, they were still a small faction. Although their status was higher than that of Hupping City, their knowledge was far inferior to that of Shuntian and the others. There would be no end to this conversation, so Zi Chen interrupted everyone and said, "All right, since everyone has decided to leave, I'll cut off this strand of spiritual will now." Everyone stopped talking, returned to reality, and nodded. The one who truly sensed the existence of that space was the Mountain Spirit King, so Zi Chen only needed to cut off that strand of spiritual will. Zichen's spiritual will turned into a sharp blade and cut off that strand of spiritual will. Advance for 5 kilometers. As soon as he cut off that strand of spiritual will, the Mountain Spirit King's voice rang out in Zichen's consciousness. Zichen leaped down the city wall and flew at extreme speed. 5 kilometers to the left, the Mountain Spirit King said again. Under the guidance of the Mountain Spirit King, Zichen began to move at high speed. Finally, he stopped in front of an intact building without any Zun. This was a magnificent mansion, and so far, it was the only building in the city that was still intact. This was originally the City Lord's mansion of the battle spirits, where the strongest lived. Arriving outside the City Lord's mansion, Zichen was very surprised. Apparently, according to the Mountain Spirit King, the space was here. After entering the City Lord's mansion, Zichen followed the Mountain Spirit King's perception and finally stopped in front of an inconspicuous building. It was a relatively small house that seemed to be the residence of a servant. The Mountain Spirit King clearly stated that the connection with the spiritual will had disappeared from here. Could it be inside? Zichen frowned and entered without hesitation. The house was only a few dozen square meters in size. There was no furniture, and it was very empty. It was not like an ordinary house. Shuntian Dao and the others arrived soon after. Seeing the empty house, they all had different expressions. The other space should be here. Mansha walked in and knocked around to check the surroundings. The others also joined in and checked the surroundings to see if there were any abnormalities. Zichen's perfect spiritual sense covered every corner of the room. He carefully probed, but he didn't find anything unusual. Inadvertently, Zichen's gaze fell on the reflective ground. The ground was covered with a layer of smooth stone material that reflected light. Zichen tried to probe it with his spiritual senses but was blocked by an invisible force. Zichen frowned slightly. He raised his hand and struck the ground below. A powerful force landed on the solid ground. In the face of such a powerful attack, the ground didn't shatter. Instead, it dissolved the force. That's the problem. Everyone turned to look at the ground in unison. Gowen stared at the ground and said, "I felt the aura of a formation from the attack just now. The ground should be a large formation. Can it be broken?" Zichen asked. Gowen nodded and said, "The Mountain Spirit King can." Boom. It was the same formation and the same attack. The Mountain Spirit King's powerful attack directly shattered the ground. A huge underground passage appeared. There was a blue stone staircase that extended downwards. Zichen walked in front while the others followed behind. They walked down the staircase. In the eyes of humans, this was the Nether Realm. However, in the eyes of the foreign race battle spirits, this was the Starry Realm. It was said that the foreign race originally lived in the boundless starry sky. In the Starry Realm, many powerful foreign race battle spirits had finally succeeded in opening up another space outside this world after tens of millions of years of hard work. The new space was not big, and there were no resources in it. It was not suitable for living. However, all the foreign race battle spirits in the Starry Sky City gathered here. This was because this world was very similar to the Starry Sky world they used to live in. Following the opening of this world, the battle spirits stayed in this world and became busy. After countless years of hard work, they finally succeeded in connecting the two worlds. However, they still lacked a passageway to connect the two worlds. At this moment, hundreds of battle spirits were working hard to connect the two worlds. It was the most critical moment. At this time, they wouldn't care even if the Starry Sky world collapsed, let alone the death of all the battle spirits in the Starry Sky City. This was because once the passageway was opened, they would be able to return to the world they were in. At the same time, the foreign race could also descend. A group of hundreds of battle spirits gathered in the deepest part of this spatial world. They surrounded a hexagonal 9-meter-tall platform in a triangle. The surface of the platform was engraved with complicated and clear carvings. Spatial power emerged from the carvings and the lines crisscrossed. If one looked at it with one's eyes, one would see a huge Xing-Chen diagram. In this diagram, there were many Xing-Chen diagrams, which made one feel lost at a glance. 3 directions, 6 sides, 9 heights, 3 talents, 6 directions, and 9 extremes. The battle spirits' positions and the layout of the platform were very particular. Outside the 9 extremes and 6 directions were the 3 talents, which represented the 3 directions of battle spirits. These battle spirits were divided into 3 major stages and 1 minor stage. In the 3 major stages, there were more than 100 foreign race battle spirits sitting cross-legged. The weakest battle spirit was at the 4th sky domain realm, while the strongest was at the 6th sky domain realm. The 6th sky domain realm was higher than the city lord of Hupping City, and its battle strength was extremely powerful. There were also more than 100 battle spirits in the last minor stage. They stood around without any rules, as if they were outsiders. The battle strength of these battle spirits was also the weakest, only at the 3rd sky domain realm. The battle spirits in the 3 major stages sat cross-legged and did not say a word. Those battle spirits who looked like protectors at the periphery were even more silent. It was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Suddenly, a battle spirit appeared out of thin air and stood in the air. His realm was not the highest among the battle spirits, only at the 5th sky. However, he was the leader of the group of battle spirits. His eyes were as bright as Xing Chen's as they swept across the whole place. His sonorous voice resounded in the sky. In order to connect the 2 worlds, generations of ancestors have worked hard and sacrificed their lives. Finally, in our generation, we have reached the final step. Next, it will be, at this point, he suddenly paused. There was a slight change in the leader's indifferent expression. He murmured, "Interesting. You actually destroyed my spiritual thought at this time. It seems that it is time for the humans to invade again. However, even if you come, you won't be able to change the outcome." "Why? The humans are invading again?" An old voice was heard. It was the 6th sky domain realm cultivator of the 1st stage. The others looked up at the leader. The leader waved his hand and said faintly, "I lost a spiritual thought. Maybe the humans have appeared. Judging by the time, the humans should be here. But it doesn't matter. They will never come here." The battle spirits nodded with a resolute look on their faces. "Now, it's time for everyone to contribute. It's up to you whether we can open the passage between the 2 worlds," the leader said again. "We will do our best." The battle spirits shouted. After that, more than 100 battle spirits in the 3 stages began to form hand seals. Everyone's hand seals were exactly the same. In the end, they all hugged each other in front of their chests. Buzz. The 9-meter-high array platform trembled. Many lines lit up. The originally dazzling Xing Chen diagram began to shine with a brilliant light. After the 3 stages of battle spirits hugged each other, faint traces of energy began to emerge from their bodies. This energy was their own strength. Besides strength, there was also a life force. This was their life force. To provide strength and also provide life force, this was clearly a form of sacrifice. Those who sacrificed themselves would almost always die. Faint traces of strength, bringing with them a rich life force, entered the hexagonal platform. This strength passed through the complex lines and revolved, evolving into a new strength. This strength was the purest strength of an alien race. It formed above the platform and then slowly floated up into the air. It looked like a shining pillar of space. In the air, as the leader saw this expanding pillar, a trace of joy appeared in his eyes. This was a sign that the passage was forming. Once it connected the heavens and earth, a passage to the stars could be opened. The sacrificial battle spirit powerhouses were expressionless. They were like old monks sitting in meditation. Faint traces of strength were poured into the array platform. As for their auras and life force, they began to rapidly decline. The first to collapse were the 4th heavenly layer battle spirits. Relatively speaking, their life force and strength were the weakest. As the last trace of strength left their bodies, these 4th heavenly layer battle spirits shriveled up like dried corpses. They had lost all life force and had already died. In the outside world, the 3rd heavenly layer battle spirits had solemn expressions as they observed a moment of silence. Above the platform, the pillar slowly rose. It was already dozens of meters high, but there was still some distance before it reached the horizon. After a moment, The fifth heavenly layer battle spirits were also unable to withstand it. They turned into dried corpses and died, leaving behind the greatly reduced sixth heavenly layer battle spirits. In the air, the leader looked down at the battle spirits that had lost their life force. His face was expressionless. After a moment, he indifferently said, "Make up for it." Outside, 50 of the 103rd heavenly layer battle spirits immediately rushed out. They sat down cross-legged and formed seals with their hands, beginning the sacrifice. Chen and the others followed the passage underground and saw a space channel. After hesitating for 3 seconds, he stepped in. After entering the space channel and arriving at another space, Chen immediately saw a giant shining pillar. He didn't know why, but the moment he saw this pillar, Chen had a feeling of déjà vu. Chapter 1529. Chen remembered where he had seen this pillar. It was in the world where the Thunder Clan had fallen. When the alien race invaded the Thunder Clan's world, this was the first thing that appeared. At this moment, Chen saw the lifeless alien race corpses below and the pillar that reached into the sky. He immediately understood the alien race's plan, and his expression changed. He had already guessed this before, but it was only the worst guess. He didn't expect his guess to be true. Hammer and the others came later and saw the scene in front of them. Damn it, it's a passage. These abominable aliens want to open up a passage between the two worlds. The elder outside immediately opened his eyes wide and cursed when he saw the pillar. In a flash, Hammer said, "This is a passage between the two worlds. If they open it up, they can leave, and the alien race can also come here. Tell Chen to destroy it at all costs. After it's destroyed, I'll let everyone choose whatever resources they want. Hupping City's quota will increase by 20. The elder was anxious after seeing the passage, so he gave everyone a huge reward. Once the alien race invaded, it would mean a great loss of life. The reason why there was this mana realm was because of the alien race's invasion. If they destroyed the alien race's invasion plan, they would have done a great deed. Losing some resources was nothing. What are these? Alien race. Why are there so many of them? Damn it, level 3. They're all level 3. The crowd came later. When they saw the alien race's battle spirits, their expressions changed drastically. The weakest alien race present was at level 3, and they were standing at the outermost periphery. They looked like guardians, but they couldn't imagine how powerful the alien race in the depths was. The crowd couldn't sense their realms, but they were still shocked. Seeing such a scene, the human team panicked. Many people's eyes flickered. They wanted to retreat, but there was no way back. Level 6 battle spirits. How generous. Shan Lei looked forward and sneered. He sensed the realm of the battle spirits in the depths. Shun Tian and the other titled experts surged with killing intent in their eyes. This is a world passage that leads directly to the other world. The alien races can travel back and forth between the two worlds. Master has just promised that if we destroy the world passage, all of you will be free to choose any resources you want from the domain prefecture. Hupping City's ranking will rise by 20 places. Hammer transmitted a message to Chen. With such a generous reward, Chen was not moved at all. His expression did not change at all. His spiritual thoughts spread out and covered the whole place. Then, his indifferent voice sounded, "Everyone, the exit is here. But if you want to leave, you still need to fight one last battle. Retreat will only lead to death. Only by fighting to the death can you have a chance of survival." At this moment, the rewards were meaningless to them because they all had billions of luck points on them. If they went back, they would not be able to exchange for anything. Since he could get everything, what was the use of the so-called reward? Currently, the rewards were useless, so he could only use this method to stimulate everyone's determination to fight to the death. Sure enough, as Chen's words fell, the slightly panicked group gradually calmed down, and a cold murderous aura spread out. This was the last battle. If they won, they would leave. If they died, they would stay. With the sudden appearance of the humans, the whole world was filled with a human aura. The leader of the alien races immediately sensed it and turned to look at where the humans were. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. "Oh, they are here." The leader of the alien races, who was at the 5th stage domain, thought for a while and understood everything. He could not help but be surprised. The humans could come here because the starry sky city had been destroyed. They had destroyed his spiritual thoughts in order to find this place. In the crowd, he saw Zi Chen at a glance. Without needing to verify, he guessed that Zi Chen was the leader of the humans, the one who had destroyed his spiritual thoughts. Interesting. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he said indifferently, "Go and finish them." During this time, the alien race fighting spirits in the 3 positions were still sacrificing without being moved. Behind the 3 were the fighting spirits in the 3rd heaven. They looked at each other, and 10 of them walked out and swept toward the humans indifferently. 10 fighting spirits in the 3rd stage domain were enough to kill more than 50 humans. The leader turned back and continued to pay close attention to the passage. "Fight to the death." Zi Chen's cold voice resounded. As the leader, he was the first to rush forward. "Looks like we can only fight to the death." The fortune teller shook his head and followed closely. "Haha, I finally see a real fighting spirit." Shuntian Dao laughed and rushed forward. Swoosh. The figure of the misty shadow disappeared. Jin Qingcheng turned into a ray of golden light and left. A strange red light flashed in the eyes of the dark mantle. It was like a rolling demonic cloud, rushing toward one of the fighting spirits. The 3 guides rushed forward without hesitation. 9 of the 10 fighting spirits had already rushed forward. There was only 1 left. Wu Xie said loudly, "Let me do it." He followed the 9 guides and went toward the 10th fighting spirit. In this battle, both sides did not know each other's background. They wanted to end it quickly. "I can even calculate fate, let alone the life of a fighting spirit." The voice of the fortune teller reverberated between heaven and earth. He pointed a finger at the sky and shouted solemnly, "Calculate life and death." In the sky, the power of space twisted and a black hole appeared. In the next moment, a ray of light broke through the black hole and a huge book appeared. The book shone brightly and surged with a mysterious power. In the distance, everyone's expression changed when they saw the book in the sky. Someone exclaimed, "That's the Book of Destiny of Destiny City." It said that this book can calculate the fate of the heavens and all lives in the world. This was the first time the fortune teller had used such a technique. He summoned a mysterious book out of thin air, which shocked everyone. The fortune teller's finger slowly slid down and landed on the fighting spirit that was rushing toward him. He said indifferently, "Calculate life and death. Calculate life and death. Calculate life and death. Calculate life and death." Swoosh. In the sky, the Book of Destiny opened a page. Rays of light spread out and illuminated the world. A ray of light shot out from the page and fell on the fighting spirit below. This ray of light did not contain a trace of energy. It was very mysterious. The fighting spirit did not sense any danger, but he still put up his strongest defense. The ray of light from the page ignored all defenses and fell on the fighting spirit's body. The fortune teller retracted his finger and said indifferently, "Today's first calculation, you will die." In front of him, the fighting spirit did not sense anything strange. But after the words of the fortune teller, his vision turned black and he lost his vitality. He really died. After the first calculation, the Book of Destiny in the sky slowly dissipated. The surroundings were deathly silent. A 3rd-level fighting spirit was killed by a few words from the fortune teller. Even Zi Chen had a look of surprise on his face. The path of pre-celestial divination was indeed mysterious. The fortune teller only said a few words and said that an expert had died. This was much more shocking than killing someone with a single slash. Heavenly Tao, descend. In this deathly silent world, a cold shout suddenly rang out. It came from where the Heavenly Tao was. He had a pious expression on his face as he half-knelt in the sky. He looked up at the sky as if he was worshipping something. In the sky, another spatial vortex appeared. But this time, what appeared was not a book, but a ray of energy. This ray of energy represented vastness, boundlessness, and uniqueness in the world. This ray of energy was like the Heavenly Tao. After it appeared, it caused the entire world to tremble. This ray of energy fell from the sky and struck a powerful fighting spirit. What the heavenly Tao pursued was the heavenly Tao. Everything was cultivated according to the heavens. Devoutly cultivating, one could sense the heavenly Tao and borrow its power. Back then, the ThunderClan powerhouse that Zichen had met after who knew how many tens of thousands of years had failed to pass down the complete 9 fleeting lightning to Zichen. This was because of the heavenly Tao law. Although the current heavenly Tao law could not compare to the one from back then, Zichen still felt a familiar aura from it. A look of shock immediately appeared on his face. Even Zichen was shocked. It could be seen how mysterious this attack was. Thus, the second battle spirit of the foreign race died. The heavenly Tao stood up. His whole body glowed. The heavenly Tao law was on his body, making him look like a messenger of the heavenly Tao. There was Shuntian City in Shuntian Prefecture, and there was the heavenly Tao in Shuntian City. In terms of magical techniques, only the heavenly Tao in the first city could suppress the heavenly Tao in the second city. The first and second fighting spirit's magical techniques were incomparably magical. The third fighting spirit, Hidden Mist, could not help but shake his head and sigh. If I knew this would happen, I would have been the first to fight. That way, I would have been more impressive. But now, I'm completely outclassed. How embarrassing. While mocking himself, Hidden Mist's body glowed. The light flashed and disappeared. Everyone could not see Hidden Mist's body. They could only see a shadow. Gold and silver light flashed in Zichen's eyes. He looked at Hidden Mist. Under the yin-yang eye, he could only see a shadow. He could not see Hidden Mist's real body. Hidden Mist, who had turned into a shadow, was even faster. In an instant, he was in front of the third fighting spirit. The second fighting spirit launched a fierce attack. But who in the world could hit and kill a shadow? One attack after another pierced through the shadow and shot into the distance. Then, the shadow slowly raised his hand. A shadow weapon appeared in his hand. He stabbed it toward the heart of the third fighting spirit. With one stab, the defense of the foreign fighting spirit was completely broken. He was shocked and retreated. Hidden Mist followed closely behind. The second attack pierced through the heart of the foreign fighting spirit. Fear appeared on the foreign fighting spirit's face. He retreated again and again, but Hidden Mist followed him like a shadow. After that, the foreign fighting spirit was shocked to find that the shadow of the enemy seemed to have become his own shadow. Who could get rid of their own shadow? Therefore, the shadow launched another attack, stabbing toward the heart of the foreign fighting spirit. Just like that, the shadow stabbed dozens of times. It completely pierced a big hole in the heart of the foreign fighting spirit until he died. However, no one could tell whether the non-humankind battle spirit was stabbed to death or scared to death. The third war spirit expert had fallen. A fierce killing intent appeared. The fourth fighting spirit had arrived beside Zichen. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. He clenched the scabbard in his hand and instantly pulled out his saber. Chapter 1530. Along the way, the three titled warriors had shown strong combat strength. In the eyes of the crowd, the titled warriors were only slightly weaker than Zichen. As for their strongest attacks, they did not have the chance to use them along the way. Today, facing the enemy's battle spirits that were 2 realms higher than them, the three titled warriors decisively attacked. As soon as they attacked, they displayed unparalleled strength. With 3 attacks, they killed 3 level 3 battle spirits. Each of them was 2 realms higher than them. Such combat strength shocked everyone. The titled warriors had finally shown their power. On the human side, 3 battle spirits were killed in the blink of an eye. The 4th battle spirit locked onto Zichen with murderous intent. Its realm was the same as the previous 3, level 3. Its eyes were emitting cold murderous intent as it flew towards Zichen. Zichen's eyes were cold. He held the scabbard tightly in his hand and slowly walked forward. At this moment, the only skill he could use was the sword drawing technique, and only the sword drawing technique. Once the sword drawing technique was used, who could compete with it? A flash of sword light cut through the sky. When the long sword was unsheathed, there was only a flash of sword light. Just like the first time Zichen saw the sword drawing technique, The flash of sword light arrived in front of the battle spirit at an incredible speed. The sword light completely engulfed the battle spirit. The battle spirit did not seem to struggle, but its head flew high into the sky. One slash. Such a move was also shocking. However, as Hidden Mist had said, although Zi-Chen's attack was fast and decisive, the visual effect was still not as good as that of the three titled warriors. However, Zi-Chen still killed the enemy. A golden feather appeared in Jin Qingqing's hand. The golden feather was like a bolt of lightning, tearing through space and heading straight for the fifth battle spirit. Puff! The golden feather instantly pierced through the glabella of the level 3 battle spirit, cutting off its life force. Next, the three guides attacked. When they were alive, they were the three commanders. After they died, they turned into battle spirits. They were also existences at the spirit might level. Coupled with their level 3 realms, when they attacked with their full strength, their combat strength was naturally strong. A rolling demonic cloud shrouded the 9th foreign race war spirit. The demonic cloud was formed by the dark screen. His combat strength was second only to a titled warrior, or it could be said that he was on par with a titled warrior. The rolling demonic clouds turned into real bodies, and the non-humankind battle spirits that were enveloped by the demonic clouds died instantly. This was the 9th alien battle spirit that had died. Out of the 10, 1 was left. The last one was Wu Xie. With his immortal body, Wu Xie could be said to be the luckiest out of everyone here. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the last non-humankind battle spirit. The latter attacked and shattered Wu Xie's body. Then, the undying body was activated, and Wu Xie's undying battle spirit died. 10 humans appeared from the beginning to the end, and after 10 attacks, 10 foreign race battle spirits died. In the distance, when the leader of the 5th heavenly layer saw this scene, his eyebrows twitched slightly as he said in surprise, "Interesting, no wonder he could reach this place." Below, the sacrificial offering was about to come to an end. He didn't want anyone to disturb it, so he decisively waved his hand. The remaining foreign race battle spirits turned around and charged towards Zi-Chen and the others. Previously, the 10 experts had killed their enemies in one strike, and they had displayed great strength. However, after that, the other foreign race battle spirits were on guard, and it was naturally impossible for them to kill their enemies in one strike. In addition, there were many foreign race battle spirits, and they no longer gave the experts a chance to fight one-on-one. As for the 10 experts, each of their attacks consumed a lot of energy to kill enemies 2 levels higher than them. The group of foreign race battle spirits all rushed over, and a real battle of life and death immediately began. This was a battle of life and death. In the sky, the leader remained unmoved. So what if they destroyed the starry sky city? So what if their combat strength was extraordinary? The connection between the two worlds was set in stone, and no one could stop it. He glanced behind him. There were more than 40 level 3 foreign race battle spirits. It was not a problem for them to block the attack of these humans. Then, he raised his head and looked towards the sky. The passageway had already extended there. As long as they rushed out of this world, they would naturally resonate with the other world. At that time, the two worlds would be connected, and the foreign race army would descend. Due to the huge gap between their realms and their combat strength, the human cultivators began to die as soon as the battle began. To be able to break through in the netherworld, which was suppressed by the rules, proved that these battle spirits had high potential. They must have been extremely famous existences when they were alive. Against the humans, the latter were naturally no match. However, in the process of the two sides fighting, some foreign race battle spirits were also killed. After all, there were still powerful existences on the human side. Destroy that passageway first. Zi-Chen looked straight ahead with a firm goal. He kept using the saber drawing technique, not to kill the enemy, but to repel the enemy. He wanted to destroy that passageway. Shuntiandao and Destiny Teller flashed over and blocked the enemies attacking Zi-Chen. They signaled Zi-Chen to charge forward. However, immediately after, another foreign race battle spirit blocked Zi-Chen's path. These battle spirits were not stupid. When they attacked, their main goal was to stop the enemy and stall for time. Because many battle spirits were focused on Zi-Chen, the other humans behind them had the chance to attack together. In the outside world, the Elder and the others were very anxious. However, there were too many foreign race battle spirits. Zichen and the others could not charge forward at all. The 6 foreign race battle spirits had finally exhausted their powerful vitality during the sacrifice. As for the level 3 foreign race battle spirits, they had already died. The passageway went straight into the sky and broke through the world. In the sky, the leader's hand seals were formed to complete the last step. Buzz. The space trembled. Buzz. The netherworld was trembling. Buzz. Tongyu Tower was trembling. Buzz. The entire prefecture realm was trembling. In the midst of the trembling, a vast aura swept through the entire prefecture realm. All the battle spirits, whether awakened or not, were shocked by this unfamiliar and powerful aura. The Elder's expression froze. He murmured, "It's over. It's all over." Through the heavy hammer, they saw the passageway that went straight into the sky. At this moment, the passageway was completely open and connected the 2 worlds. The power of the foreign races was already surging in it. Seeing this scene, Zichen and the others' expressions changed drastically. However, the latter did not care and displayed his strongest violent power. Boom! He released the last bit of lightning from his body. Then, he put on his armor and flapped his thunder wings, rushing straight to the high platform in front of him. An attack locked onto Zichen and went straight to Zichen. Swoosh! The heavy hammer blocked the attack for Zichen. Boom! The void trembled as another powerful attack descended. Dozens of saber lights descended and destroyed this attack. The tyrant saber stood beside Zichen. A dazzling fist light, like a meteor, emitted a powerful destructive aura and blocked the 3rd attack for Zichen. The 3 guides blocked 3 attacks for Zichen. Swoosh! Swoosh! Shun Tiandao and Fortune Teller made their moves. They flashed to Zichen's sides and blocked another 2 attacks. At this moment, Zichen did not make a move. He only charged forward, charging forward without any regard for his life. As for his life, it was left to the others. Zichen's speed was the fastest in the world. He was currently known to have the ability to teleport. However, the enemies were too strong. Their attack speed was also very fast. Every attack landed on Zichen at the right time. The hidden mist shadow then flashed to Zichen's side. Its body turned from ethereal to solid, blocking an attack from a peak 3rd stage battle spirit for Zichen. Energy exploded and the hidden mist shadow was sent flying backwards. Boom! The dark screen that came after was also sent flying by a powerful energy. These foreign race battle spirits were all at the 3rd layer domain realm. However, there were 4 other realms within the 3rd layer domain realm. The ones blocking Zichen and the others were undoubtedly the strongest of the 3rd layer domain realm. Powerful beings stepped forward one after another. They did not hesitate to sacrifice themselves to block the attack for Zichen. As for Wu Xie, his body directly exploded. Mancha vomited blood and was sent flying. In a short moment, no less than 10 people blocked the attack for Zichen. Zichen finally rushed out of the range of the energy and headed for the passage ahead. The passage had been formed, but it would take some time to connect to the other world. Whoosh! When they were still a few hundred meters apart, Zichen drew his saber. A saber light like a waterfall extended for a few hundred meters and slashed towards the high platform. Outside the high platform, ripples of light appeared. Zichen's attack was easily neutralized by the ripples of light. Annoyance flashed in his eyes. Zichen rushed forward and reached the high platform in an instant. He held the saber with both hands and slashed at the high platform in front of him. In the sky, the leader was still unmoved. Clang! Zichen's attack landed. Sparks flew and the ripples of light began to tremble. Again. Zichen shouted. Zichen's attack was not weak. If this continued, the defense would be broken in a few moves. The passage had not been formed yet and could not protect the high platform. The leader had no choice but to stop the human and let the passage operate on its own. Zichen raised his attack once again, but before he could land it, he felt a powerful force bearing down on him. This force was extremely oppressive, just like when he had first arrived in this world. The pressure from all directions was so oppressive that Zichen could not move at all. All this was caused by the leader pointing a finger at Zichen. "Open!" Zichen roared, and the lightning around his body surged crazily, breaking through the energy pressure and landing on the ripple again. The ripples twisted wildly. Zichen could break it with just one move. Unfortunately, the leader was angry and did not give Zichen the chance. Zichen felt as if he had lost his center of gravity, and his body flew backwards. It was the leader who grabbed Zichen's collar and threw him out. One was at the peak of level 1 and the other was at the peak of level 5. There was a difference of 4 levels. The latter was qualified to beat Zichen. As soon as Zichen was thrown out, he stood up and stomped on Zichen's chest. Bang! Zichen's body fell straight to the ground, creating a deep pit. The ground exploded. Zichen turned into a beam of light and rushed forward. The leader arrived in front of Zichen in an instant. His expression was indifferent as he punched. Bang! Zichen was sent flying by the punch. The difference in their levels was too big. Zichen could not fight back at all. The leader did not say a word. He just beat Zichen back and forth with a mocking look in his eyes. Shuntian and the others were suppressed by the other war spirits and could not rush forward. The passage between the two worlds was finally connected. Chapter 1531. Zichen charged forward. The group of powerful beings blocked the attacks for Zichen and opened a path for Zichen. All the powerful beings gathered on Zichen's side. As for the other side, the combat power of the other cultivators was relatively weaker. But a sharp attack appeared. A second-stage domain realm human shouted and tried his best to block it. His body emitted a dazzling light. But it was useless. There was a difference of a whole realm between the two sides. The humans who could come here were naturally extraordinary, but the alien race who could appear here were not weak either. The human cultivator's domain weapon, which had cracks on it, was immediately shattered by this attack. Then, the attack landed again, directly splitting the human cultivator into two. The dead human could be proud to be able to hold on for so long in front of an alien battle spirit that was a whole realm higher. Get lost. Man-Sha transformed into a giant, his body glowing with the color of steel. He punched out, breaking the defense of an alien battle spirit with an ear-piercing sound and sending him flying. But then, several attacks appeared from other places and landed on Man-Sha, who could not dodge in time. They instantly broke through his defense, causing him to spit out blood and retreat. Dongqing stared ahead with her beautiful eyes and kept retreating. During this time, she sent out one spiritual thought attack after another at the speed of lightning, attacking the foreign tribe battle spirit in front of her. However, the other party was a third-stage mid-stage alien battle spirit. Although it was not good at spiritual sense attacks, its powerful spiritual sense ensured that Dongqing's attacks would fail every time. The red-eyed boar demon turned into a beam of light and moved forward, its body surging with violent power. Along the way, Dongqing was growing, but it was also growing. But after all, there was a difference of realm between them. The red-eyed boar demon was sent flying with a kick. It rolled a few times and coughed up blood. The Aurora Pegasus flashed and dodged the other party's attack. At the same time, the horn on its forehead released a powerful attack and hit the alien battle spirit. The other party's figure swayed slightly and dissolved the power. Then, it charged toward Dongqing again. The battle spirits of the other races closed in, but Dongqing's expression didn't change. She waved her hand forward, and a bright light shone down. Beast statues appeared one after another. These beast statues expanded in the wind and turned into giant beast statues, just like what Zichen saw when he brought Dongqing into the ancient castle. These beast statues had bloodthirsty eyes, and violent auras surged around them as they charged at the non-humankind battle spirits. This was the gift that Dongqing had received when his spiritual sense transformed into a beast tamer. In the battlefield in the Nether Realm, Dongqing had summoned these beast eagle behemoths many times. He had performed miraculous feats and killed many battle spirits of foreign tribes. Yi Ming, who was also a beast tamer, was envious of him. However, this time, it was a little difficult for these eagle behemoths to deal with these high-leveled outsider battle spirits. In addition to the cooperation of Dongqing and many other battle beasts, Dongqing only managed to kill the level 3 battle spirit after losing 3 beast statues. He had also consumed a lot of energy. This foreign battle spirit fell and died. Dongqing looked back and found that dozens of humans had already fallen, and there was no lack of pure high-level life forms among them. High-level life forms had also fallen. Dongqing couldn't accept this fact. Shang Guanhong relied on those ancient trees to hold back a foreign battle spirit. It was also because of the difference in cultivation level that she couldn't kill the enemy so easily. The chaotic battle continued, and the humans could only retreat as they fought. Dongqing walked toward Shang Guanhong, and the two of them worked together to block a foreign battle spirit. Jiyu Wen, Jiyu Qiong, come over too. Dongqing came to help, and Shang Guanhong was able to divert her attention to send a voice transmission. The twins relied on the mountains to barely block the attacks. After hearing Shang Guanhong's words, they signaled for a mountain to explode and retreat, and the two of them gathered here. Man Sha followed behind them. In this battle, the humans had suffered great losses. In a one-on-one battle, many humans were no match for the foreign battle spirits. Therefore, those who were familiar with each other began to gather together subconsciously to resist the attacks of the foreign races. Shang Guanhong and the others gathered. After killing 2 foreign battle spirits together, they went to help Wu Shuang. Because the latter was a high-level life form and had completely transformed into a beast, it attracted the foreign battle spirits. At this moment, Wu Shuang seemed to be in danger. Wu Shuang transformed into a 5-colored sparrow. Every time she flapped her wings, there would be streaks of 5-colored light. These 5-colored lights were very strong, like sharp blades. However, the ones besieging her were 2 foreign battle spirits. There were already several wounds on her body, and her figure was retreating step by step. Swoosh! Suddenly, the 3rd foreign battle spirit arrived and attacked Wu Shuang from the side. Wu Shuang, who had transformed into a 5-colored sparrow, flapped her wings continuously. Her figure kept changing directions in a small area, but it was useless. She had been locked on by the 3 battle spirits. It seemed that she had no chance of survival. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar rang out, and a huge sky-devouring wolf appeared. The eyes of the sky-devouring wolf glowed with a cold light as it stared at the 3 battle spirits. It opened its bloody mouth, like a black hole in the netherworld. Devouring Sky Wolf, Devouring Sky. Devouring Sky was the Devouring Sky Wolf's innate ability. Every high-level life form had their own innate ability. This was undoubtedly the most powerful move of a high-level life form. When the black hole appeared, there was a huge devouring force. With Lang Wei's current level, he could only use Devouring Sky to envelop 3 foreign battle spirits. Under the cover of the huge suction force, the 3 foreign battle spirits' expressions changed drastically. They ignored Wu Shuang and used all their strength to resist the fate of being devoured. Swoosh! Swoosh! The innate ability had a mysterious power. 2 of the 3 foreign battle spirits were devoured by Lang Wei, and the other took the opportunity to escape. Lang Wei used his innate ability to save Wu Shuang's life. However, in the next moment, a sharp sword light came from the side and slashed at the motionless Devouring Sky Wolf. Using the innate ability required full concentration. This attack was very strong, but it also required time. Puff! Wherever the sword light passed, the Devouring Sky Wolf's neck was cut open. A huge wolf head left the body and rolled into the distance. On the wolf head, the Devouring Sky Wolf's eyes were wide open and filled with endless majesty. Little wolf! Wu Shuang, who had just escaped from death, screamed when she saw this scene. With its head cut off, its life force extinguished, the Devouring Sky Wolf died, and Lang Wei died. In this battle, the higher life forms died one after another. Most of them were ambushed by other battle spirits after launching their most powerful attacks. Man Sha and the others came quickly, but they were still 1 step behind. Little Wolf was dead. Colorful tears fell from the eyes of the 5-colored sparrow. She couldn't help but think of the scene when she came in. Hearing that everyone was going back to find wives and get married, Wu Shuang snorted, "Humph, I'm going back too." At that time, Lang Wei laughed and said, "I'm going back too." I'm going back to be the matchmaker for Sister Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang hit Lang Wei's head and glared at him. Who asked you to be the matchmaker? Sister Wu Shuang, don't hit my head. It's inauspicious, Lang Wei cried out. Phut, what do you mean inauspicious? Wu Shuang glared at him with dissatisfaction, but she rubbed Lang Wei's head gently, which made him laugh again. Everything from before was still vivid in her mind, but now, Lang Wei was dead. Wu Shuang couldn't stop her tears. Lang Wei died to save her. This was a battlefield. This was war. Wu Shuang couldn't have more time to cry. She couldn't even collect Lang Wei's body. The battle continued. The foreign battle spirits hadn't died yet. Humans died one after another. High-level life forms died one after another. This battle was the most tragic battle the humans had ever fought since they came to the Nether Realm. On this side, everyone suffered great losses. On the high platform, Chen was completely suppressed. There was a difference of 4 realms between the two sides. This made Chen unable to resist in front of the foreign battle spirits that were completely free. During this time, Chen was knocked down, sent flying, and severely injured to the point of coughing up blood. However, among the humans, Chen was the only one. If it had been anyone else, they would have died a long time ago after being beaten up like this. Heavenly Tao. A cold voice sounded. A black hole appeared in the sky. A heavenly Tao law appeared from the black hole and went straight for the foreign race leader. The latter raised his head and glanced at the heavenly Tao law with disdain in his eyes. With a raise of his hand, the heavenly Tao law attack that could kill a 3rd-level battle spirit was easily destroyed by the foreign race leader. The Book of Destiny appeared in the sky. This was the 5th divination of the day. Counting the previous 4, he had killed a total of 3 foreign battle spirits. This 5th divination was also about life and death. No one could block that aura, not even the foreign race leader. Today's 5th divination, you will die without a doubt. The fortune teller pointed at the foreign race leader and shouted from afar. There was a hint of ridicule in the foreign race leader's eyes. Phut, the foreign race leader did not die. Instead, the fortune teller coughed up blood and suffered a backlash from the Book of Destiny. The two of them had not been able to gain much for Chen. At the moment, Chen had already been severely injured. It seemed that he had played enough. Coincidentally, the passage between the two worlds had opened and he needed a blood sacrifice. Therefore, the foreign race leader came in front of Chen and grabbed him by the collar. He directly threw Chen into the passage. You are the leader of the humans. It is best to use you as a blood sacrifice. Your soul will be sealed in the passage and witness the invasion of our foreign race army. The foreign race leader smiled coldly at Chen. It's over. In the outside world, everyone's faces were ashen. It was all for naught. After Chen was thrown into the passage, the foreign race power in the passage suddenly became active and crazily entered Chen's body. These foreign race power were like bloodthirsty snakes that wanted to devour Chen's life force. The so-called blood sacrifice was like this. It was as if there were thousands of small snakes swimming in Chen's body, sucking his blood, and thousands of ants gnawing at his bones. The boundless pain caused Chen to involuntarily raise his head and let out a pained roar. His roar resounded throughout the world. Many people subconsciously looked in his direction. The foreign race leader had a cold smile on his face. Now, they were waiting for the blood sacrifice to end and the foreign race army to arrive. Chapter 1532. Chen's cry of pain resounded throughout the world. Everyone turned around to look at Chen, whose face was contorted in pain. Their faces were filled with pity and despair. Even the strongest warrior, Chen, was about to die. What chance did they have? The answer was none. Once Chen died, everyone's path of return was cut off. Facing a group of foreign battle spirits, they could only die. Naturally, they were filled with despair. Seeing Chen's condition, Mansha turned around and rushed toward the tunnel. He was like a mountain moving at high speed, whistling through the air. His eyes were red as if he had gone mad. He had almost lost his mind. Die. The twins' cold words resounded through the world. The two who were protected in the middle finally succeeded in setting up the formation and activating it. Under the operation of the formation, waves of powerful attacks were unleashed. Countless sharp blades surrounded the three foreign battle spirits and cut them madly. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out. When the power of the formation was exhausted, the three battle spirits were turned into a pile of flesh and blood. The formation was very powerful, but unfortunately, it was a one-time use formation. It couldn't kill for long. After killing the three foreign battle spirits, they covered each other and rushed forward to save Zichen. It's useless. The leader of the foreign race turned around and looked at the humans who had gone crazy because of the blood sacrifice. He couldn't help but sneer. The passageway that connected the two worlds contained unimaginable power. If a human who was performing a blood sacrifice entered it, they would instantly die. It could be said that before they could rush over, the human's body would be destroyed. However, Man Shi and the others didn't care. They just rushed toward the tunnel with all their might. The leader's sneer didn't fade. He waved his hand and sent people flying. The difference in cultivation level between the two sides was too great. He could kill all of them by himself. After sending people flying and injuring them, the sneer on the leader's face suddenly disappeared. Because after a few seconds, the human leader's painful cries still rang out. The leader still hadn't died. He frowned and looked back at the tunnel. His face was filled with confusion. In the tunnel, thousands of alien energies surged into Zichen's body, wreaking havoc. Zichen was in so much pain that he felt like his body was about to explode. However, just as Zichen's body exploded, a surge of energy suddenly appeared and entered Zichen's body, activating the alien law that belonged to the perfect domain seed in Zichen's domain world. The foreign race's laws began to glow, cooperating with the power from before to suppress Zichen, who was about to explode, saving his life. At this moment, Zichen, who was in the middle of the tunnel, was surrounded by alien energy, as if he was an alien. The alien energy was still seeping into his body, but it couldn't kill Zichen for the time being. However, there was simply too much of the alien energy that had entered his body, and it was restless as it rampaged madly in Zichen's body. Some of them swam through Zichen's meridians, rampaging about. Zichen's originally spacious meridians expanded by quite a bit. Some of them drilled into Zichen's bones and forcibly merged with them, wreaking havoc in the depths of his bones. Some of them entered Zichen's blood vessels and intertwined with the energy in his blood. Even more energy entered Zichen's body, wreaking havoc. Zichen was in so much pain that he kept screaming, but he didn't die. This energy was just like the energy that Zichen used to temper his body, but it was a little too overbearing and uncontrollable. As a result, Zichen, who couldn't bear too much energy, was in danger of exploding again. At that moment, a dazzling light appeared in front of Zichen. It was a dazzling command medallion. At that moment, the command medallion was releasing a pure energy. That energy slowly merged with Zichen's body. Previously, it was this energy that had activated the power of the strange races and saved Zichen's life. This token was obtained by Zichen when he killed Mirage Dragon. The energy it released was pure alien energy. Compared to the berserk energy in the passage, this energy was much gentler. It was precisely this gentle power that ensured that Zichen would not die from eating. When the alien leader saw the dazzling light in front of Zichen, his expression immediately changed. What is that? When the human didn't die, he felt that something was wrong and rushed forward. Wung! Outside the passage, ripples of light appeared and blocked the alien leader. How can this be? The alien leader opened his eyes wide and looked at the ripples of light that blocked him in disbelief. Then, he raised his head and looked at the ball of light. His face was immediately filled with disbelief as he cried out, "This is impossible! This is impossible!" At such a close distance, he could clearly see that the ball of light in front of Zichen was a token, and it was an alien token. Damn it! Token! Why does he have our token? Moreover, it's a special pardon token. The alien leader's face was filled with shock. Damn it! Damn it! He roared and attacked the ripples of light with all his strength, but it was useless. At this moment, the passage had formed a self-protection mechanism. Even if he was at level 5, he couldn't break it open with all his strength. A special pardon token. The ball of light in front of the human leader was actually a special pardon token. To them, this sort of thing was extremely useful and mysterious. When he was alive, he had only seen it once, and it was extremely rare. He didn't expect that this human would have a special pardon token. The alien leader was shocked, horrified, annoyed, and regretful. If he had known that the other party had a special pardon token, he would have just found a random human as a blood sacrifice. Now, it was too late to regret. With the special pardon token, not only would the human not die, there might also be a problem with the passage. "Come back," he shouted, indicating for the other battle spirits to come back quickly. The most important thing now was to destroy this rippling light barrier, stop the human inside, and then take away the special pardon token that was constantly being used up. In front of Zi Chen, the special pardon token was slowly shrinking as it released energy, like a consumable item. The alien energy entered his body and protected Zi Chen's life force. At the same time, it allowed Zi Chen's body to withstand even more of the alien energy. The alien energy madly attacked Zi Chen's body. Not only did it affect his body, but also his mind. With such an attack, Zi Chen would either die or transform his mind. Obviously, Zi Chen's luck was good, or Zi Chen's willpower was strong enough. Under the frenzied attack and stimulation of the alien energy, Zi Chen's mind transformed. The transformation of the mind represented the elevation of the soul realm. At this moment, Zi Chen finally crossed the threshold of the first-level domain realm. Boom! Zi Chen's domain world had already reached its limit. As Zi Chen's soul sublimated, the thunder energy that had been condensed and didn't dissipate suddenly exploded and spread, turning into pure energy that began to merge into Zi Chen's domain world, and then caused it to expand. Because Zi Chen had already accumulated a lot of energy in his domain world, Zi Chen's domain world was rapidly expanding. In almost the blink of an eye, Zi Chen's domain world had expanded by 1 meter, reaching 4 meters. In another instant, Zi Chen's domain world had expanded to 5 meters. Then 6 meters, 7 meters, 8 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. While Zi Chen's domain world was madly expanding, Zi Chen's mind, which had been stimulated, also grew madly because it had merged with more alien energy. At first, it was at the early stage of the second-level domain, then the middle stage, then the late stage, and then the peak stage. Almost in the blink of an eye, it had risen by an entire realm. More and more outsider power gathered in Zi Chen's sea of consciousness. However, under Zi Chen's peerless willpower, his spiritual will no longer skyrocketed. This was because if it grew again, it would completely lose control, and Zi Chen would probably become an idiot. The peak of the second level was the limit of Zi Chen's control. While the alien energy was forcibly entering his body, it was also crudely forging Zi Chen's body. As Zi Chen's soul realm expanded, his physical body also grew madly and finally reached the peak of the second level, becoming a 2-star quadruple-striped Thunder King physique. Even so, Zi Chen's body still accumulated too much energy, and this energy lay dormant in Zi Chen's body. His physical body and soul instantly grew by a realm. Zi Chen's domain world, which had originally been 3 meters wide, had now expanded to 100 meters. Many alien energy had also poured into this world. This energy was very difficult to refine, but it crudely filled every corner of Zi Chen's 100-meter world. The domain world was still expanding, and 100 meters was not the limit. In the end, the world stopped at 300 meters, which was the limit of the second level. The token in front of Zi Chen lasted for a while. Just as the energy in Zi Chen's body was completely out of control, it was completely exhausted and dissipated into thin air. With the amnesty token gone, Zi Chen was in the spatial passage. The alien energy was still active, but it could not harm Zi Chen at all. At this moment, Zi Chen was like a real alien in the alien passage. In the outside world, the group of humans stood in the distance, dumbfounded, and stared at Zi Chen and the exasperated alien battle spirits in disbelief. Zi Chen had entered the passage. Not only did he not die, but he had also profited from this disaster and advanced by a major realm in an instant. As for the alien battle spirits, They were madly attacking the rippling light shield outside the passage as if they had gone mad. They seemed even more anxious than the humans. What on earth happened? This was a question that everyone wanted to know, but no one knew. Zichen was supposed to be a blood sacrifice, but he didn't die, and the aliens were supposed to build the passage, but now they were going to destroy it. It's over. Endless attacks landed on the rippling light shield, but there was no reaction at all. Only when the alien leader saw that the amnesty token had disappeared did they stop attacking, their faces ashen. The efforts of generations of ancestors had finally succeeded today, but who would have thought that they would end up making a fool of themselves? The alien leader even had thoughts of suicide. However, at this point, the alien leader could only accept reality. His heart filled with rage, and he suddenly calmed down. Chapter 1533. In this world, overreaching oneself could happen, but there were also all kinds of coincidences. To the alien leader, he had overreached himself in this matter. However, to Zichen, it was a coincidence that he was about to become a blood sacrifice. When he killed Huanlong, Zichen received a token, which was the special pardon token. When the passage opened and Zichen was about to explode, the special pardon token appeared and saved his life. However, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Zichen happened to have a strange law in his body. Without this law, even with the special pardon token, Zichen would have died without a doubt. Under all kinds of coincidences, not only did Zichen not become a blood sacrifice, but he also got a blessing in disguise, and his realm improved. However, at this moment, Zichen's realm improvement wasn't perfect. His body seemed to have reached the 2-star Fourvein level, but there was still a lot of room for him to refine it. Moreover, Zichen, who seemed to have gotten a blessing in disguise, was in great pain at this moment. Because there were still many alien forces hidden in his body, these forces were surging all the time. The special pardon order disappeared, and the absorption of energy ended. An illusory thought suddenly entered Zichen's sea of consciousness. This caused Zichen's expression to change slightly, and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Disperse, he waved his hand and said indifferently. Then, everybody was shocked to see that the rippling light shield that the alien war spirits couldn't break no matter how hard they tried dissipated after Zichen waved his hand. Zichen's figure appeared, walking out of the passage. Standing on the high platform, he looked at the alien war spirits whose eyes were red as if they couldn't wait to eat him. The alien passage behind him hadn't been destroyed, but it was as if it was broken. The corners of Zichen's eyes were twitching, and the corners of his mouth were twitching. This was because of the pain caused by the raging energy in his body. When he moved slightly, the pain would spread all over his body. However, at this moment, the enemy was right in front of him. No matter how painful it was, he had to take action. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, Zichen, whose eyes were twitching and mouth twitching, seemed to be winking at the alien war spirits. He took a few steps forward and walked to the edge of the high platform. Although he looked harmless, he instantly drew his saber. Sharp saber lights appeared. This time, there were no longer 9 saber lights. Instead, there were 28 saber lights. These 18 saber lights swept in all directions, heading towards those battle spirits who looked like they wanted to eat people. Pu. 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 Wherever the blade light passed, the battle spirits that had caused a lot of trouble for the humans earlier died under Zichen's blade before they could even use any means to resist. In the blink of an eye, of the 3 battle spirits, only the battle spirit leader was left. In the distance, the group of humans was shocked, and their faces were filled with disbelief. After killing 3 battle spirits, it was time to kill the battle spirit leader. However, the latter had the strength of a level 5 celestial layer. Even though Zichen was at the peak of level 2 celestial layer, there was still a gap of 3 whole realms between them. Would Zichen be able to win? In the surroundings, the people who had just been shocked by Zichen's powerful battle prowess were now filled with worry. Their emotions were on a roller coaster ride. From the moment the rippling light barrier disappeared to when his subordinate was killed, the battle spirit leader had been looking at Zichen with an extremely calm expression. Looking at Zichen, who was standing on the high platform, he did not immediately take action. Instead, he said calmly, "Do you know how much effort we have put in to connect the two realms?" The energy in Zichen's body was wreaking havoc. He was diverting his attention to suppress the energy. When he heard this, he shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but it should be no small amount of effort." The battle spirit leader smiled bitterly and said, "It's not just no small amount. It's too big." He pointed at the world and said, "In order to open up this world, the ancestors who survived the Great War chose to perish and construct their essence, energy, and soul together. After hundreds of thousands of years of nurturing, this world was formed." He then pointed at the high platform Zichen was standing on and said, "After the world was nurtured and formed, the next step was to build the array platform. Do you know that the materials used to build this 9-meter array platform were all specially forged? Every piece of material was added with the blood and bones of the ancestors. Even the array diagrams that were inscribed contained blood essence and vitality. Let's not talk about the past. Take today as an example. Everything is ready. In order to connect the channel, just the existences of the level 6 celestial layer alone have died. The existences of the level 5 celestial layer, level 4 celestial layer, and level 3 celestial layer, added together, number in the hundreds. In the surroundings, the other humans were shocked. They were not shocked by the powerhouses of other races who had died in the past, but by the existences that had fallen today. Even if the other party had left behind a level 6 battle spirit, everyone would have died here today. However, who would have thought that a human would appear today? Who would have thought that the human leader who appeared would be so lucky? After opening up the Nether Realm, the other races had worked hard on the passage between the two worlds. During this time, they had lost too many powerhouses. Zichen and the others did not see many powerhouses along the way. It was not because of the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth. In fact, the laws of this place had long lost their effect on the battle spirits of other races. Instead, they had a suppressive effect on humans. The powerhouses of other races that appeared in the Nether Realm were not weaker than those of the Domain Realm. The reason why they did not see any of them was because they had all died in order to open up this passage. Although it was a small world and a small array platform, countless battle spirits of other races had died in order to build it. Today, everything was destroyed by Zichen. Hundreds of thousands of years of hard work had come to an end. Speaking of which, it was not easy for the battle spirit leader not to go crazy immediately. Zichen listened quietly to the leader of the other races. He bowed expressionlessly and said, "After listening to what you said today, I deeply regret and feel sorry for the powerhouses you have lost. However, you are invaders. Since you have come, you should not have planned to go back." Zichen raised his head and looked into the eyes of the leader of the other races. He said, "You are invaders. We are humans. We are protectors. If we really want to talk about it, we are the victims. Therefore, not only do you invaders have to die, you have to die completely and disappear." A hint of mockery appeared on the calm face of the leader of the other races. "You? A mere level 2? Zichen replied calmly, "Yes, I am a level 2, but I can kill enemies of a higher level." The leader of the other races looked even more disdainful. "If you can kill enemies of a higher level, how can you say that I can't? Then let's fight to the death," Zichen said coldly. He took a step forward and disappeared from the array platform. When he reappeared, he was in front of the leader of the other races. "Die!" The leader of the other race's eyes turned cold. He threw a punch at Zichen's face, and a powerful force surged out. Zichen looked at the leader of the other races with an indifferent expression. The energy around him surged, and a true world appeared and enveloped the leader of the other races. This true world was filled with the tyrannical power of the other races. Zichen pulled out the power of the true world and pressed it against the leader of the other races. A domain world was not supposed to appear in this world. This was something that no one had expected. Zichen's summoning was out of everyone's expectations. In the outside world, when the old man saw Zichen's domain world appear on the light screen, his eyes immediately widened and he exclaimed, "What is that? What is that?" Beside him, another old man also cried out involuntarily, "A domain world. This is a domain world. How is this possible?" Zichen can actually open a domain world. Zichen had indeed opened a domain world. The old man immediately recalled the scene of his conversation with Zichen. Obviously, Zichen was wary of everyone and did not tell him the truth at that time. Why didn't you say so earlier? I would have made other arrangements. The old man's expression was very vexed. Behind the old man, the other battle spirits were also shocked. Zichen had actually broken the rules of this world and opened his own domain world. A domain world was 300 meters long, and Zichen had only shown a domain world of 30 meters. However, he had mobilized the power of that domain world. In the distance, other than Manshur and the others, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Zichen open his domain world. A domain world, so it's a domain world. No wonder he has endless energy to use every time he fights. Shuntian Dao's eyes were filled with disbelief. A miscalculation, a miscalculation. The fortune teller shook his head repeatedly. Looking at Zichen's domain world, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. That's really a domain world. Why does it look like a shrunken version of the real world? Hidden Mist's face was also full of shock. At this moment, Zichen was surrounded by another world. The golden sun hung high in the sky, and everything in the world was awakened. Vigorous vitality filled the entire world. Under the pressure of the domain world, a hint of surprise appeared in the alien leader's eyes. The speed of his attack also slowed down because of the pressure of the domain world. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes, and he unsheathed his long saber. Whoosh! The crisp sound of the saber being unsheathed rang out in this world. Two bright saber lights appeared and went straight for the alien leader's head. 29 saber lights completely merged into two. Domineering Blade's eyes widened when he saw these two pure saber lights fused together. Puff! Puff! The two saber lights arrived one after another. The first broke the alien leader's defense, and the second cut off his head. After the two saber lights fell, Zichen's attack was not over. He flipped his hand, and a dragon spear appeared in his hand. In the domain world, a dragon roar resounded. The dragon spear manifested a dragon shadow and rushed toward the alien leader's body. Boom! The dragon shadow pierced through the non-humankind leader's chest, then shattered his body. Zichen attacked, connecting seamlessly from the front to the back. With the suppression of the rules of the world, he attacked continuously with his blade and spear. Just like that, the powerful leader of the outsiders was killed by Zichen. Boom! At the same time, a huge black tunnel appeared behind Zichen. This was the tunnel that Zichen had summoned, and it led directly to the 9th level of Tongyu Tower. Let's go! Zichen's calm voice woke everyone up from their shock. Dead. The leader of the 5th firmament had actually died just like that. The other party had died too quickly, and the crowd was still not used to it. However, at this moment, regardless of whether they were used to it or not, the passageway had been completely opened, and everyone could leave. When they thought of the endless resources they could exchange for when they returned, joy appeared on their faces once again. After that, everyone flew toward the passageway. Chapter 1534. They thought it would be a tough battle and were prepared to fight to the death. However, they did not expect Zichen to use his domain realm and kill the enemy in one move. The leader of the 5th domain realm died and Zichen opened the passage. On the high platform, the passage between the two worlds had disappeared. However, the high platform was not destroyed and Zichen had no intention of destroying it. Everyone flew toward the passage and was ready to leave. Bang! The leader's head that was chopped off by Zichen suddenly exploded. Then, a hurricane appeared out of nowhere. A black shadow that was as tall as a mountain appeared in this world. Damn human, do you think you can kill me like this? You can kill enemies beyond your level, so can I. The black shadow appeared and an angry voice was heard. It was the leader's voice. The humans who were about to leave the passage slowed down when they heard the leader's voice and looked over. Leave quickly! Zichen shouted. The dragon soul spear in his hand turned into a dragon shadow and charged toward the black shadow. The dragon soul spear pierced through the black shadow and did not cause any effective damage. None of you can leave. The leader's cold voice was heard. Then, a terrifying power was released from his body. All of you, hurry up and leave. Zichen roared again as he dashed forward. Manshu arrived in front of Zichen and stopped Zichen. He said, "You leave too. I'll hold this place." Wu Xie also arrived in a flash. "All of you leave. Leave the rest to us." The three titled ones stepped forward. Powerful auras surged around their bodies. Then, the dark mantle arrived and looked at the sky coldly. "Wolf Cub is dead. I'm too ashamed to go back. I'll stay." Wu Shuang looked sad. At this moment, the team was divided into two groups. One group rushed toward the black hole passage and wanted to leave this place. The other group stood in front of Zichen and faced the black shadow. "Qingcheng, do you want to die here? Leave with me now." Yiming shouted at Jin Qingcheng. Jin Qingcheng turned around and glanced at Yiming. Disdain flashed through her eyes. "No one is going to die. Hurry up and leave." "I can still hold on for a while," Zichen said coldly, but as he spoke, he kept winking. Manshu and the others naturally saw that Zichen was not in a good condition and wanted Zichen to leave first. However, Zichen refused to leave no matter what. As the leader, how could he abandon everyone and leave? "Haha, none of you can leave." A powerful storm appeared in this world, and the entire world began to collapse as a destructive aura surged. "This world is broken, all of you should leave." Hammer moved forward and swept a glance at Zichen and the others before saying, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. You fellows are the future of humanity. As for us, once we entered this place, we had no intention of leaving this place alive." Without waiting for Zichen and the others to reply, the three of them rushed towards the black shadow. Zichen gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." The people no longer insisted and turned around to walk toward the tunnel. "Zichen, your performance has not only shocked the three of us along the way, but the entire territorial realm is shocked as well. I hope you can continue to shock the world when you encounter foreign tribes in the future." Hammer's voice was heard. Zichen did not turn around. He led the others toward the tunnel at lightning speed. Boom! An energy explosion came from behind them. A terrifying wave spread, followed by the foreign tribe leader's pained and furious roar. "Die, all of you, die." The foreign tribe leader went completely berserk. Then, the entire world collapsed. Like a mirror, it shattered instantly and fell into the endless void. The world shattered like a mirror. Everything in this world was destroyed. The tunnel that Zichen opened by activating the foreign tribe's rules collapsed as well. At that moment, they were less than 300 meters away from the tunnel. They could cross that distance in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, the world collapsed in the blink of an eye. Everyone was just a blink of an eye away. As soon as the tunnel collapsed, they would die. A real world appeared and shrouded the tunnel that was about to collapse. The power of the world surged and stabilized the tunnel. Everyone was slightly stunned. A huge force came from behind and swept toward them. Under this sweeping force, everyone's body involuntarily flew toward the passage. Manshu and the others turned around and saw Zichen, who had used his world to protect the tunnel. He stood alone in the dark void, supporting his world and stabilizing the tunnel. Looking at everyone's target, Zichen raised his hand and waved at them with a smile. "No." Dongqing's shrill voice rang out. "Zichen." Shangguan Hong shouted loudly. "Zichen, hurry up and leave." More people shouted. Boom. Zichen's body was swallowed by the collapsing world. The tunnel he opened was completely destroyed. The figures of Manshu and the others disappeared. Only a series of shrill cries reverberated in the void. "Ha ha, sacrificing yourself to save others. Very noble. Then, you will die with me." The world collapsed. The alien leader's laughter echoed in the void. His laughter gradually disappeared. The world that had been created with the blood and sweat of countless alien races collapsed just like that. Everything in the world turned into nothingness. Only the array remained and floated into the depths of the void. Bang! 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 In the outside world, the scene on the light screen disappeared. Everyone was disappointed. Not far away, 4 jade slips that represented the cultivators' lives exploded. The 4 jade slips represented Heavy Hammer, Ba Dao, shiny, and Zi Chen. The sound of the explosion reverberated in the air, but the surroundings were silent for a long time. Everyone's face was filled with regret. Over the past year, they had witnessed Zi Chen create one miracle after another. They had witnessed Zi Chen complete one impossible mission after another. Even when he was in a situation of certain death, he was still able to turn the situation around. However, they had killed the alien leader and reached the final step. Who would have thought that Zi Chen would stay there forever? The three guides with limitless potential were dead. Zi Chen, who had limitless potential, was also dead. The silent atmosphere lasted for a very, very long time. The old man's eyes were a little moist. His expression was full of regret. Along the way, Zi Chen had created many miracles. First, he had been impressed, then shocked. Finally, when Zi Chen showed him the domain world that broke the rules, he was even more shocked. He had not expected Zi Chen to be able to open a domain world. Moreover, it was an existence that was almost impossible to exist in this world. He even felt regret. He regretted not paying attention to Zi Chen earlier. He regretted sending Zi Chen into the nether realm. Even now, he did not dare to believe that Zi Chen was that kind of special existence. However, Zi Chen was indeed that kind of special existence since he could open a domain world. He was sure that Zi Chen was that kind of existence, but he did not believe that Zi Chen would die so easily. However, this was the truth. The jade pieces would not lie. The old man sighed. His voice was a little hoarse. Let's go. Let's go and welcome our little hero. Those who had completed the mission that generations had failed to complete and returned alive were heroes. He really died just like that. Before they left, they took one last look at the 4 shattered jade pieces. They shook their heads and sighed. The entire domain world and the entire Tongyu Tower were under the old man's surveillance. He quickly found the place where the group had appeared. When they had entered, there had been 102 people. Now, only 24 had returned alive. The rest were all dead. When the old man arrived, he heard the sound of crying from afar. Dongqing and Shangguan Hong cried as soon as they came out. They were already in tears. Wu Shuang's eyes were also red. No one knew if she was sad for Zi Chen, Lang Wei, or both. Jin Qingqing's golden robe fluttered. She stood alone and did not allow anyone to disturb her. Man Shi and Wu Xie did not say a word. They were furious. The twins were secretly crying. The few titled ones were silent. Their faces were filled with grief. Even Yi Ming looked like he was in great pain. However, only he knew if he was secretly glad or gloating over his misfortune. When the old man came closer, Shuntian Dao noticed him. His sorrowful eyes were filled with a glimmer of hope. He quickly took a few steps forward and asked anxiously, "Senior, if I may ask, are the jade pieces okay?" Everyone had left a jade piece before they left. It was mainly to see if they were alive or dead. When Dongqing and the others heard this, they immediately turned around and looked at the old man. There was a rare glimmer of light in their sorrowful eyes. Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, the old man wanted to tell them that Zi Chen was still alive and that the jade piece was still there. However, how long could he deceive them? He sighed and shook his head. He did not say a word. Shuntian Dao's eyes were filled with disappointment. He looked up at the sky and murmured, "Could it be that you really left first?" Dongqing and Shangguan Hong cried even louder. The fortune teller did not say anything. He could predict the heavens, the earth, and everyone in the world. However, he could not predict Zi Chen's future. However, he had already predicted Zi Chen's future. The divination was still the same as before. He could not see anything. This made the fortune teller a little confused. Was Zi Chen dead or alive? Because if he was dead, it should not be like before. He could not divine anything. Hearing the cries, the hidden mist could not bear it. He said, "Zi Chen is very lucky. He could escape death every time. Maybe he can do it this time too." This consolation obviously did not work because the jade piece that represented Zi Chen had shattered. The hidden mist looked at the fortune teller. The latter nodded and said, "I can't see through Zi Chen. The jade piece has been destroyed." Logically speaking, he should be dead. However, I just did a divination and found that the divination was almost the same as when he was alive. The jade piece does not represent anything. Sometimes, when two people are not in the same space and time, there will be things that the jade piece cannot sense. It is just like how some people have died long ago but the jade piece has always existed. Sometimes, when the jade piece shatters, it does not mean that the person is dead. The fortune teller's explanation made some sense. The two women gradually sobbed. There was a glimmer of hope in their hearts. The old man looked at everyone and said, "Everyone has worked hard for the past year. You have all completed the mission perfectly. You are all heroes. The domain will remember you. Now, come back with me." Chapter 1535. The humans had completed their mission perfectly. They had completely destroyed the nether underworld and turned the Shuntian Prefecture's mana realm into a controllable training ground. The old man kept his promise and allowed everyone to exchange for whatever they wanted. The 24 people who had returned had a huge amount of luck points. Some of them were still grieving on their way back, but some were looking forward to exchanging for something. The first thing they wanted was, of course, the priceless void tree. They would exchange for as much as they could and use the remaining luck points to exchange for other things. The two women, Manshur, and the rest seemed to believe what the fortune teller had said. They were in a better mood on their way back. Everyone had a good plan. However, when they arrived at the trading place, they realized that the prices of the things they had bought had increased by 10 times compared to when they left. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. The prices had increased by 10 times. Did that mean that the luck points that could have been exchanged for 10 void trees could only be exchanged for 1 void tree? Everyone gritted their teeth in anger. They wanted to find the old man and beat him up. After all, they had risked their lives for this. 100 people had gone, but only 24 of them had returned. There had been many battles, and even Zi Chen had died in the end. The old man had indeed not kept his promise that Hammer had passed on to Zi Chen. Not only that, but all the prices had increased by 10 times. There were two main reasons for this. The first was that Zi Chen had not passed it on. The old man thought about it and realized that Zi Chen was right. It was meaningless to ask for compensation under such circumstances. Now that Zi Chen and Hammer were dead, no one knew what had happened. If they had kept their promise, the Netherrealm would have had to pay a huge price this time. The old man's heart ached. The second reason was that Zi Chen and the 3 battle spirit guides had died. The old man was very regretful. Although this had nothing to do with the others, when the passage opened at the very end, these people had really left too quickly in order to survive. There wasn't the slightest bit of humanity in them. Although such things were worthless in today's world, the team led by Zi Chen still had such a spirit. Compared to these people, what Yi Ming and the others did was unavoidably shameful. As for those who were willing to live and die with him at the last moment, the old man had his own conclusions. When Zi Chen entered the Nether Realm, he had negotiated with the old man. If they could return alive, then the old man would give Manshur and the others a true inheritance. The old man did not go back on his word. After everyone had exchanged their luck points, the old man asked someone to deliver the inheritance to them. He had fulfilled his promise. With the mission completed and the luck points exchanged, everyone was happy. Although there were still many people who were curious about the Mana Realm, these 24 people had completely lost interest in it. Therefore, out of consideration for these people's feelings, the prefectural realm was closed. Among the crowd, Xue Ming from Xueran City shook his head and sighed after learning about what had happened to Zi Chen. A person who rose like a comet has fallen just like that. Back then, Xue Ming thought that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Zi Chen. However, as Zi Chen grew, the gap between the two of them grew bigger and bigger. In the end, Zi Chen was even stronger than a titled person. However, such a person had fallen before the Shuntian Prefecture shone brightly. The vitality jade slip shattered, and no one believed that Zi Chen was still alive. Before leaving, the group of 24 gathered together once again, which could be considered as a final farewell. However, the farewell was far less important than comforting the people from Hupping City. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know. Shuntian Dao said as before. Wu Xie and the others nodded. After that, they also formed good karma with the others. After we return, I'll be marrying Qingcheng. If there's a chance, I'll invite everyone to attend, Yiming said with a smile. He seemed to have been very happy ever since he returned. Wu Xie and the others did not say anything. Yiming walked over and said, I heard that Zichen offended many forces for resources in the Mana Realm this time. The Mana Realm will be closed soon, and everyone will have to interact with each other outside. I hope you'll be careful. Man Shi glanced at Yiming and said indifferently, You don't have to worry about that. Yiming laughed and said, Of course, I won't worry about that. Golden Leaf City is too far away from Hupping City. Even if I want to, I can't. Speaking of which, if you're under too much pressure and need my help, just let me know. When I return, I'll look for a map to identify the way so that I won't miss it. Then, Yiming reminded them kindly, This time, Zichen has fought for 10 places for you. Hupping City should be ranked 98th, but you have to be careful because once the city war starts, your ranking will drop. Man Shi glared at Yiming. The latter's kind reminder was actually mocking him. Wu Xie looked at Yiming and said calmly, Thank you for your concern. You should worry more about yourself. There's still a gap between you and Jin Qingcheng. You'll have to work harder if you want to marry her. However, to be honest, Zichen is indeed much more powerful than you. I think he's the perfect match for Jin Qingcheng. You. Killing intent flashed through Yiming's eyes. Next to him, a few titled ones had smiles in their eyes. Even without Zichen, the people from Hupping City would not be at a disadvantage. Man Shi glared at Yiming and said, What do you mean by you? Yiming, brat, I'll make myself clear today. If you dare to say anything else, I promise I'll kill you before the domain closes. Yiming's face was pale and terrible. However, in the next second, a few killing intent surged. Man Shi, Wu Xie, Shangguan Hong, Dong Qing, the twins, and Wu Shuang locked their killing intent on Yiming. However, there was no one beside Yiming. As for Jin Qingcheng, she did not even look at him. With a few titled ones around, the others wanted to help Yiming, but they did not dare to be so obvious. Haha, you ballless guy. Get lost. Man Shi laughed. Yiming left in a huff, and the others left as well. Clearly, the brotherhood that they had built up earlier had faded a lot. Whether they would fight each other in the future was another matter. Don't worry. No one dares to harm Hupping City, Shuntian Dao said with a smile. I treat Zichen as my brother, and I treat you guys as my brothers too, the fortune teller said. Man Shi and the others' characters were almost the same as Zichen's. They were the kind of people who treated each other with sincerity. The titled ones liked to see such people the most because they were on the same path. We won't have to trouble you guys this time. Tiger God Mountain will take care of it, Wu Shuang said. She rarely spoke after coming out of the Nether Realm. Since Tiger God Mountain is taking care of it, there's nothing for us to do. By the way, I'll take my leave now. If you have the chance to come to Hidden Fog City, remember to look for me. The Mist Shadow cupped his fists at everyone and left. Everyone, take care. The fortune teller and Shuntian Dao also cupped their fists at them. After that, the Dark Mantle and the others also left. After taking a few steps forward, the fortune teller suddenly stopped. He turned around and said, What I told you about Zichen last time was not a lie. The soul jade shattered, but it doesn't mean that he's dead. Perhaps. Zichen is still alive. Is he really still alive? The eyes of Man Shi and the others lit up. Everyone left the Mana Realm one after another. Before Wu Xie and the others left, they met the old man. Wu Xie and the others showed due respect to the ruler of the Mana Realm. When we first saw that passage, I promised Zichen that once we completed the task, I would raise Huping City's ranking to the top 20, the old man said truthfully. The old man told them the truth. He did not lie to them because Zichen had done enough. Even if the old man felt pressured by this matter, he would still do it. Wu Xie and the others had mixed feelings when they heard that it was Zichen again. He nodded and said, Thank you for your trouble, senior. The old man patted Wu Xie and Man Shi's shoulders and nodded at them. He said, I'll send you off now." With a wave of his sleeve, Manshur and the others disappeared. Hu Ping City. The vitality in the city was getting stronger and stronger. There were realms breaking through to the domain realm almost every day in the city. The number of domain realm experts was also increasing. The city governor and the experts of Hunter's Castle were also waiting for the hero's return day and night. They were also looking forward to seeing how many places Hu Ping City would be able to advance once the mana realm ended. Judging from the vitality they sensed so far, they would be able to advance by at least 10 places. 10 places meant that they would be ranked 98 and enter the top 100. While waiting, the higher-ups drank and chatted merrily every day. Comparing cities to cities was really infuriating. In the past, they had cultivated diligently every day, but there was a limit to how much they could improve. They even encountered bottlenecks from time to time. But now, as the vitality in the city increased, everyone's cultivation was steadily improving even though they drank and chatted merrily every day. Lord Wu often lamented that he had taken all the credit from these little fellows. Ling Xing's status in Hu Ping City had also risen. He was second only to Lord Wu and City Governor Mu Feng. Even City Governor Lu Guang was angry with Ling Xing. Why? It was because Ling Xing had a keen eye for heroes. He had recognized Zi Chen at a glance. Back then, he had not hesitated to fall out with the other higher-ups of Hunter's Castle to protect Zi Chen. Back then, Zi Chen had only used a small amount of resources. Now, the return was greater than the sky. Ling Xing's first pride was that he had a keen eye for identifying Zi Chen. Hu Ping City had become very lively. Many cultivators were willing to station themselves in the city and cultivate there. One day, the power of space suddenly began to distort in the sky above Hu Ping City. A huge passage appeared out of thin air. There was a dazzling light in the passage. Then, a person walked out of it. This person had vertical pupils and 3 eyes. He had an evil look on his face. However, many people below were pleasantly surprised when they saw this person with an evil look on his face. Chapter 1536. Wu Xie had lived in Huping City for a long time, so he was very familiar with the place. As he stood in the sky, he could feel that the energy in Huping City was too dense. After Wu Xie, the tall man walked out of the passage. After sensing the situation in Huping City, he frowned slightly. Then, Dongqing and Shangguan Hong appeared, followed by the twins. 13 people left, and 6 returned. To Huping City, or even the entire Shuntian Prefecture, Huping City had the highest survival rate, which was close to 50%. The 6 of them looked down at the crowd below. Although they dared not say that there were as many domain realm cultivators as there were dogs, they were still everywhere. This was a world of difference from when they left. Everyone had a surprised look on their faces. Before they could make their next move, streaks of light flickered in the direction of Hunter's Castle. All of the important figures in Huping City had appeared. They stared at the 6 people in the sky, their faces filled with excitement and joy. After the 6 people appeared, the passage behind them closed. After the passage was closed, the entire Huping City underwent an earth-shattering change. The originally dense but turbulent vitality completely stabilized after the passage was closed. It completely merged with Huping City, becoming the vitality of the city. Huping City has risen to 25th place. Shuntian Prefecture is ranked 83rd. A dignified voice resounded in the sky above Huping City, spreading throughout the entire city. When Wu Xie and the others heard the dignified voice, the surprise on their faces grew. They were puzzled. The old man had clearly said that the ranking would only rise by 20 places. How did it become 25? Could it be that he had gifted them 5 places? In Huping City, everyone cheered when they heard the dignified voice. The atmosphere in the city was boiling, and cheers rang out continuously. City Lord Mu Feng, Lord Wu, and the other higher-ups almost cried tears of joy when they heard the dignified voice. They had never expected that the 13-person team would actually raise Huping City's ranking by 25 places in this trip to the Shuntian Prefecture world. With surging emotions and excitement, these people rose into the air, deciding to personally welcome the return of the little hero. However, just as they rose into the air, they realized that something was wrong. There were only 6 people in the sky, and the most important person seemed to be missing. Their expressions froze, and Ling Xing was even more confused. "Where's Zi Chen? Why don't we see him?" When Wu Xie and the other 5 heard this, they all lowered their heads. Their mood became very low. "What's wrong? Did something happen to Zi Chen?" Ling Xing asked again, the joy on his face gone. Before they could answer, a black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. The black hole descended from the sky and covered the entire Hupping City. A boundless might swept through Hupping City. The cultivators in Hupping City were already very familiar with the black hole and its vast might. In the past few years, the black hole had appeared several times. Each time it appeared, it would inject a lot of vitality into Hupping City. Now that the black hole had reappeared, it was clear that there was a chance of survival in everyone's hearts. Yi Futian's ranking had already moved up to 25, and he was now 83rd. The rankings were already out, and the Mana Realm had also closed successfully. Why did the black hole appear again? Unlike the others, Mu Feng, Lord Wu, and the other higher-ups all had puzzled expressions on their faces, as well as some worry and unease. This was because they had already heard about what had happened in other cities. The black hole that appeared in the sky did not necessarily inject vitality. It could also extract vitality. In the past, whether the black hole appeared or not, no one was worried. However, the rankings were already set. Hupping City was no longer 188th, but 83rd. No one wanted to experience the feeling of losing something after obtaining it. The worry of Hupping City's higher-ups was well-founded, but it was obviously unnecessary. The previous rankings were obtained after Zi Chen led his people to destroy the other cities and obtain the vitality of Hupping City. However, the black hole that appeared now was the old man fulfilling his promise to Zi Chen back then. Waves of vitality surged out from the black hole. This vitality was denser than the vitality that had surged in previously. It was so viscous that it was like a real river pouring down on Hupping City. As the vitality surged, balls of golden light appeared from time to time. When Lord Wu saw these light balls, his eyes immediately lit up with excitement. The others were also pleasantly surprised. Based on their past experience, they knew that these light balls were inheritances. The inheritances of king-level techniques were also immortal inheritances. Whether a force could rise or not depended on these golden light balls. These golden light balls could determine the level of the technique based on the size of the passageway. The light balls that appeared this time were undoubtedly larger and brighter. After they appeared from the black hole, they all headed toward Hunter's Castle in Hupping City. Visually, there were dozens of light balls. They were all very large. Clearly, the inheritances were extraordinary. Although they did not know why they were only given to Hunter's Castle this time, the higher-ups still had uncontrollable excitement on their faces. In the entire Hupping City, all the cultivators looked up at the sky. They looked at the vitality that was constantly pouring into the city with an intoxicated look on their faces. As the vitality poured in, their minds became sharper and clearer. It was as if they were about to be enlightened. The vitality continued to pour in, and the amount far exceeded the total of the previous times. It was like pouring seawater, and it lasted for a full 15 minutes. After a quarter of an hour, the entire Hupping City was silent. Only the sound of the surging energy and vitality could be heard. The surprise of the higher-ups in Hupping City had disappeared. It was replaced by shock. This was because there was simply too much energy and vitality pouring in. If they were not afraid of disturbing the energy pouring, they would definitely rush forward and ask Wu Xie and the others what they were doing in the Mana Realm. After 15 minutes, the black hole stopped pouring in energy and slowly dissipated. In the sky, the majestic voice from before was heard again. Hupping City's leader, Zi Chen, has completed a special mission. Reward, 20th place. Shuntian Prefecture's Hupping City is ranked 63rd. The black hole disappeared, and the majestic voice dispersed. The entire Hupping City was silent. The higher-ups were dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The 83rd place just now was enough to surprise them. However, before they could sit firmly on the 83rd place, they had advanced by another 20 places. They had become 63rd. Even in their dreams, they had never dared to dream of such a high ranking. They were afraid that they would fall too badly after they woke up. In comparison, Wu Xie and the other 5 were not too surprised. They were the first to react and rushed to the higher-ups. Only then did the higher-ups react. They asked almost at the same time as Wu Xie, "What's going on?" The higher-ups in Hupping City wanted to know the answer. Wu Xie and the others were even more curious as to why Hupping City's ranking had advanced by 25 places out of the blue. "We'll talk about it when we get back." Lord Wu's expression returned to normal. He led Wu Xie and the other 5 back to Hunter's Castle. City Lord Lu Guang saw all of this with undisguised envy on his face. After going to the Manor Realm once, Yi Futian had risen from 108th place to 63rd place. This speed of advancement was like riding a rocket. While feeling envious, he was also praying in his heart that Lu Guangqing would be able to get a share of the spoils. In the castle's guest hall, the group sat down. The first to ask questions was not Lord Wu and the others, but Wu Xie. "What's going on? Why did the ranking advance by 25 places for no reason?" Everyone laughed heartily when they heard Wu Xie's question. Lord Wu did not answer. Instead, he asked, "I was just about to ask you guys this question. What did you guys do in the Manor Realm?" Wu Xie was stunned. He did not understand. He spread his hands and said, "Other than looking for resources and improving our cultivation level, we did nothing else." The higher-ups finally noticed the cultivation level of Wu Xie and the other 5. They nodded in satisfaction and said, "All of you have entered the domain realm. Not bad at all." The 6 of them were all at the peak of the first stage domain realm. There were domain realm cultivators everywhere in the Manor Realm. Wu Xie and the others had seen and killed many of them, so they did not feel too proud at the moment. Returning to the previous question about the ranking, Lord Wu looked at them and asked, "Have you guys met anyone from Xibei City?" They had received accurate information that Xibei City's vitality was fading. "We met them in Xibei City. They were about to kill Lu Guangqing's people when we ran into them. They went too far, so we killed them all in a fit of anger," Wu Xie said truthfully. A gratified smile appeared on the faces of the higher-ups. Sir Wu then asked, "What about Yangbo City?" Wu Xie said, "We killed them too. They were the ones who ordered the people from Xibei City to attack. Before we left, Zichen said that he would not rest until the people from Yanbo Castle were dead. We saw them, so we killed them all. What's wrong with that?" Everything was within his expectations. Lord Wu asked in the end, "Apart from these 2 cities, which other factions have you fought?" The black hole had appeared several times, so there were naturally more than 2 cities. Wu Xie thought carefully and said, "If we count carefully, apart from Hidden Fog City, Shuntian City, and Destiny City, we've fought more than 100 other cities." "What? You've fought more than 100 cities?" Lord Wu was shocked. The teacup beside him fell to the ground and shattered. The other higher-ups were stunned as well. "Yes, we've fought all of them, but we haven't really become enemies." Wu Xie nodded. Wu Xie's words shocked them. Lord Wu did not beat around the bush and said directly, "There's a rule in the Manor Realm. If all the cultivators in a city are killed, that city's ranking will drop, and the city that kills the cultivators of that city will increase its ranking." Realization dawned on them. Wu Xie said, "No wonder we've destroyed Xibei City, Yanbo Castle, Myriad Origin City, Miaodongcheng, and Luzongcheng. It's understandable that we've advanced 25 places." Chapter 1537. We met a long time ago, but we were set up. Now, Shi Guang is the only one left. He should have returned to Luguang City by now. Oh right, he was there when we attacked. Luguang City Lord was waiting for this sentence. He nodded in satisfaction. He didn't expect to reach the top of Hupping City's ranking, but as long as he could enter the top 100 and obtain the immortal inheritance, it would be good enough. Oh right, where's Zichen? Why didn't he come out with you? And why did you enter the top 20 because of Zichen? What does that mean? Ling Xing asked impatiently. In the Manor world, Zichen was the leader. He led us to complete a dangerous mission. We successfully completed the mission, But in order to save us, Zi-Chen. Wu Xie couldn't continue. Was Zi-Chen injured and left there? Ling Xing asked again. What do you mean? Wu Xie looked at Ling Xing. Everyone else's attention also fell on Ling Xing. There's a crack on Zi-Chen's life token. Is he not injured? Ling Xing asked, puzzled. The eyes of those who were in low spirits suddenly lit up. Shangguan Hong immediately stood up and asked in a trembling voice, Senior, what did you say? Zi-Chen's life token is still there. It hasn't cracked. Is it true? Ling Xing didn't understand why they were so excited. He nodded and said, yes. If you don't believe me, take a look. As he spoke, he took out a life token with Zi-Chen's name written on it. There were streams of soul power flowing in the life token, but because of the crack, it flowed very slowly. He's alive. He's really alive, Shangguan Hong muttered as tears fell again. Haha, I knew Zi-Chen wouldn't die. How could he die? He's definitely alive. Man Shi laughed loudly. His laughter shook the hall. Seeing Zi-Chen's life token, everyone finally relaxed. They were in a good mood. Man Shi said that he had participated in too many life and death battles and was tired. Now, he needed to relax and drink some wine. The Shuntian Prefecture's new ranking appeared on the day the Mana Realm closed. There was no change in the top 60. Only Hu Pingcheng suddenly jumped to 63rd place. Miao Dongcheng, Yanbo Castle, Huanyuan City, and Liu Zongcheng all dropped by 10 places. As for the former 106th Xibei city, it had now become the 108th Xibei city. Lu Guangcheng was ranked 98th, successfully entering the top 100. After returning, the 6 of them rested for a few days and did not accept anyone's visits. Now, everyone could see that in the future, Hupping City would be led by these few people. A few days later, Lord Wu summoned a group of 6 people. This time, in the meeting hall, all the upper echelons of Hupping City were present. City Lord Lu Guang was present as well. He did not return and appeared to be deeply worried. The rankings were a foregone conclusion. One was 63rd, the other was 98th. But after the excitement, they had to face another problem. That was the anger of the cities that had fallen in the rankings. After suffering such a big loss, they obviously would not let it go. Worry was written all over their faces. Wu Xie saw it at a glance. After taking a seat, he said directly, Seniors, are you worried about the revenge of these cities? Don't worry, the people of Tiger God Mountain will take care of this. You don't have to worry too much. Tiger God Mountain, the legendary Tiger God Mountain that is related to Hupping City. Mu Feng was stunned. As the city lord of Hupping City, he naturally knew some things about Tiger God Mountain. Yes, that Tiger God Mountain. This time, we were lucky enough to meet 2 high-level life forms there. Unfortunately, the last battle was too fierce and one of them died. Wu Xie shook his head and sighed, thinking of Lang Wei. Now that he thought of the last battle, he still felt his heart palpitate. If it was not for Zi-Chen's breakthrough, all of them would have died there. High-level life forms. Everyone's expressions changed. Lord Wu asked, You guys met high-level life forms in the Mana Realm? Man Shi snorted and said, Not only did we meet them, but we also fought them. Zi-Chen almost killed a few of them. Before he went to complete the mission, the Mana Realm picked out 100 of the strongest cultivators. There were dozens of high-level life forms, and Zi-Chen was their leader. Not only that, but even the strongest cultivators in the top 3 cities in Shuntian Prefecture, the 3 titled cultivators, were there. Everyone was obviously shocked. Then, they asked about some details of the Mana Realm out of curiosity. After listening to everyone's words, they were so shocked that they could not speak. Hupping City was originally ranked 108th, and the only one who played with them was Lu Guangcheng. In their eyes, the cultivators in the top 100 cities were already very impressive. Even the top 10 or top 50 cities were unreachable in their eyes, let alone Shuntian City, which was the top city. However, Zi-Chen was the leader of these people in the Mana Realm. Moreover, the 3 strongest titled cultivators were willing to call Zi-Chen Big Brother. If this news spread, it would be a great honor. Unfortunately, Zi-Chen had stayed there. When they first saw the shattered life tablet, they thought that Zi Chen was only injured and were not too worried. However, after listening to the explanation of the place, they had a bad feeling. Perhaps Zi Chen was really alive, but could he come out of that collapsed world? After all, the passage there could only be opened once. Everyone in the hall fell silent. After a long silence, Lord Wu said, "Zi Chen is the hero of Hupping City." Mu Feng nodded and said, "If this is not considered a hero, then what is?" Everyone felt sorry for Zi Chen. Perhaps Zi Chen would not be able to return, but his deeds and contributions to Hupping City had to be passed down to inspire the future generations of Hupping City. As a result, a statue of Zi Chen was built in the center of Hupping City. This statue was the tallest building in Hupping City, and it was 999 meters tall. Behind Hupping City, there was a Zi Chen Hall. In this hall, there were murals carved by masters. These murals depicted Zi Chen's past deeds. Zi Chen, who was already very famous in Hupping City, was once again famous in the city. Hupping City believed that Zi Chen would not return. However, the people who had been following Zi Chen had great confidence in Zi Chen. After Zi Chen Hall was built, the 6 of them chose to go into seclusion to refine the inheritance that the old man had given them. 5 of the 6 did not have any problems, but Shangguan Hong's parents were sad for a long time. Some people were happy about the closure of the prefectural realm, while others were sad. As for the cities that had fallen in the rankings, they were extremely angry. Among them, 3 of the 60th ranked cities had dropped in rank. After that, they inquired about what had happened in the prefectural realm. When they found out that the people of Hupping City had slaughtered everyone, they were furious. 10,000 Origin City, Miao Dongcheng, and Liu Zongqing gathered in Shuntian Prefecture once again to discuss a city war that would directly take down Hupping City's ranking. No one told them the specific details. They only knew that an extraordinary person called Zi Chen had appeared in Hupping City, but he had already died in the prefectural realm. When the 3 cities discussed this, they also mentioned Yanbo Castle. As for Sibei City, they did not have the right to participate. After a round of discussion, the 4 cities led their troops to Hupping City. This time, they did not send corporeal realm cultivators. Instead, they sent an army of domain realm cultivators to activate the city's transportation platform. The domain realm army of nearly 10,000 people surrounded Hupping City. Their aura was overwhelming, but they did not attack. On the other side, they were applying to participate in the city war. After the change in the rankings, Hupping City became the biggest winner. All the factions paid close attention to it. News of Hupping City being surrounded by the 4 factions quickly spread to the other cities. Shuntian Dao, who hadn't had the time to find a wife, shook his head and chuckled when he heard the news. Only 10,000 people? If Zi Chen was here, I'm afraid that 10,000 people wouldn't even be enough for him to kill. These 4 cities are really stingy. Back when Zi Chen said that the Thunder Gate was open, he wiped out hundreds of thousands of foreign race cultivators. The fortune teller was also paying attention to Hupping City. When he heard the news, he performed another divination, but the results were still blurry. He then left the room and walked toward a great hall in the depths of the city. The Hall of Destiny was undoubtedly the most mysterious place in Destiny City. Only the titled cultivators of each generation had the right to enter the Great Hall. When he arrived outside the hall, the fortune teller bowed respectfully to the Great Hall. "Master," an ethereal voice sounded. "You've been back for so long, but you haven't come to see me. Now that you've come again, there must be something you need." The fortune teller's expression remained unchanged. "There's one divination that I'm not right about. Come in." The great doors of the hall slowly opened and the fortune teller stepped inside. This was the Hall of Destiny, but the person in charge wasn't the current fortune teller. It was the previous fortune teller, who was also the current fortune teller's master. The fortune teller would usually not come to this great hall. Ever since he was named the fortune teller, he'd been living here and performing extremely boring divination. He'd stayed here for decades and had never stepped out. Every time he came here, he couldn't help but recall the various things that had happened while he was learning. Those were the most unbearable memories for the fortune teller. The fortune teller walked into the hall, and the door closed automatically. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the empty hall. It was an old man in a daoist robe. He had white hair and a youthful face. His eyes weren't very big, but they were very spirited. He was the previous fortune teller. His eyes were full of gentleness as he looked at the current fortune teller. He rubbed the latter's head and said, "What divination did you read?" "You're stumped." The fortune teller bowed again and said, "In the manor world, I knew someone called Chen. During that time, I divined many times for him, but I couldn't get anything." "Oh, I see. Did you use the Book of Destiny? You should know that there are fortune tellers in the current world." The old man chuckled. "I did, but I still couldn't get anything." "Oh." The old man's eyes flashed with surprise. "Is there anyone in the current world that the Book of Destiny can't divine? Do you have anything with his aura? P.S. It's New Year's Eve. Of course, it's time to say goodbye to the old and welcome the new." Chapter 1538. The previous fortune teller had a curious look on his face. His disciple had stepped into the fortune hall that he was unwilling to enter. Obviously, there was a result to be found. The fortune teller took out some dazzling golden granules that looked like little golden beans. This was Chen's blood. In the Netherrealm, Chen had been injured for a long time. It wasn't difficult to obtain these things. Golden blood. He's a high-level life form. The old man took the golden blood and examined it carefully. "He's a human," the fortune teller said. The old man's eyes flashed with a strange light. He chuckled and said, "That's interesting. I want to see what kind of human can actually stump my disciple." A little golden bin shattered in his hand. The energy contained in the blood spread out. It was Chen's energy. Mysterious energy surged out of the old man's body. His eyes also flickered with brilliance. The fortune teller waited quietly. Soon, the energy contained in the golden bin dissipated. The old man didn't calculate anything. 2 more golden beans exploded in his hand. The fortune teller wasn't surprised. Although his master was stronger than him, Chen was special. It was normal for him to fail the first time. As the 2 golden beans exploded, the old man's body was completely enveloped by mysterious energy. His expression became more and more serious. After 2, 3 more. The fortune teller's expression changed when he saw his master's expression. One had to know that his master was the previous fortune teller. His Tao of divination was almost complete. He could deduce everything in the world. However, it was extremely difficult for him to deduce Chen. Ha! Suddenly, a loud shout rang out in the spacious hall. After the shout, 3 more golden beans exploded. The fortune teller's expression changed greatly. A Book of Destiny appeared in the sky above the hall. The Book of Destiny emitted a dazzling light. It slowly flipped to a page. Endless brilliance circulated, but no light fell. The same situation happened during the fortune teller's divination. At this moment, his master encountered the same problem. Then, the Book of Destiny flipped to another page. The same thing happened. The 3rd page was flipped, the 4th page was flipped, and then the 5th page, the 6th page. When the 8th page was flipped, a ray of brilliance fell from the Book of Destiny. 8 pages. He actually flipped through 8 pages. The Heavens Will fortune teller was stupefied. His face was full of disbelief. One had to know that the Book of Heavens Will only had 9 pages in total, and they represented the extremities of the heavens. Under normal circumstances, even those with the mandate of heaven would only need 4 or 5 pages to complete the calculations. In the entire Zhanwu continent, Destiny City's divination Tao was the best of the best. The only other Tao that could match it was the Tao of illusions. The light from the Book of Heavens Will fell on the 3 golden beans. The old man's voice sounded again, "Heaven's will, open." With that, the energy of the 3 golden beans dissipated. The ray of light on the Book of Destiny disappeared, and so did the Book of Destiny. The old man's ruddy complexion turned somewhat pale, as if he had consumed a lot of energy, or as if he had suffered a backlash. "Master, how is it?" the fortune teller asked urgently. The old man shook his head with a rare solemn expression. This child deceived the heavens and defied the heavens to change his fate. He was already destined to be a dead man and no longer has the mandate of heaven. Naturally, there's no fate to be divined. However, he still exists in this world. His fate is concealed by a mysterious aura. It's not easy to divine, nor can it be divined. Ah! The fortune teller was shocked. Then can you tell whether he's dead or alive? Since he defied the heavens and changed his fate, of course he's alive. It's difficult for someone like him to die even if he wants to. Strange, very strange, the old man muttered to himself, shaking his head. The fortune teller bid farewell and left. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. It was fine as long as Zi Chen was alive. As for the matter of deceiving the heavens and changing his fate, he couldn't be bothered with it. The siege of Hupping City by the 4 factions was destined to be all bark and no bite. The 108 cities of Shuntian Prefecture were all under Shuntian Prefecture's administration. If they wanted to start a city war, they needed the prefecture's approval. A city war was a matter of great importance. Millions of lives were at stake. How could a city war order be obtained just because they wanted to? In Hupping City, the higher-ups were a little nervous, but they weren't worried. This was because Wu Xie had previously explained the countermeasures. On the 10th day of the siege, someone from Tiger God Mountain arrived. The person who arrived was a middle-aged man. His entire body emitted a mountain-like aura. Wherever he passed, all the domain realm cultivators retreated. He passed through the group and arrived at where the leaders of the 4 factions were and said coldly, "If you want to regain your face, wait until the Shuntian Prefecture tournament begins." A few hundred people were killed by a dozen people. I really don't know what kind of face you have to come here to find trouble. The leader's expressions immediately turned ugly. The middle-aged man said again, "If you're not convinced, you can turn around and go to Tiger God Mountain now. We'll accompany you in this battle." The leader's expressions changed greatly. Tiger God Mountain had quite a reputation in Shuntian Prefecture. Those who lived there were all high-level life forms. High-level life forms that were rarely seen usually lived in groups at Tiger God Mountain. How could the 4 factions have the guts to declare war on Tiger God Mountain? With Tiger God Mountain exerting pressure and the city war order not being issued for a long time, the 4 factions had no choice but to retreat. They had no choice but to return helplessly. They were all holding their breaths and waiting for the tournament to begin. The entire Shuntian Prefecture quieted down. All the factions were waiting for the tournament to begin. Many of them even set their sights on the new faction, Hupping City. This time around, Hupping City was extremely lucky and its ranking had risen by a few dozen places. However, Hupping City as a whole lacked the foundation that it should have. Currently, there were quite a number of domain stage practitioners in the city. However, how many true high-level domain stage practitioners were there? According to the rules of the tournament, all domain realm cultivators below the 7th heaven were qualified to participate. In the entire Hupping City, apart from the City Lord and Lord Wu of Hunter's Castle, who else had reached the 7th heaven? Man Shi and the others had some tricks up their sleeves and were very powerful in the domain realm. However, in the domain realm, they only competed with their individual potential. In the outside world, they competed with their foundation. Whether it was foundation or potential, the entire Shuntian Prefecture fell into silence. There was an extremely special area in Shuntian Prefecture. Not only were there Earth Realm cultivators here, but there were even Human Realm cultivators. This was a chaotic area that was ungoverned. There were people from all walks of life here. In the periphery of this area, there was a small tavern. The owner of the tavern was an old man with a missing front tooth. The old man had a mute granddaughter whom he picked up from somewhere and was selling cheap and disgusting wine. A few days ago, when the old man brought his mute granddaughter out, he brought back an unconscious waiter. After the waiter woke up, the old man realized that not only was this person ugly, but he was also deaf and mute. He was also a cripple. None of this was important. The most important thing was that he was a fool. If it were anyone else, they would have thrown this ugly fool out long ago. However, the old man with missing front teeth only smiled and asked his mute granddaughter to teach the ugly fool some things that she could do. A few days later, the ugly cripple learned an extremely useful skill, and that was wiping the table. There were only a few tables in the small tavern. The ugly fool cleaned them until they were bright and reflective. The old man with missing front teeth was very satisfied with this waiter who had learned how to clean tables in 7 days. When there were no customers, he would sit on the threshold and watch the ugly fool clean the tables. The latter cleaned very hard. Occasionally, he would raise his head and look at the old man. The old man would also grin. The man with missing front teeth also looked quite silly. As for the mute girl, she leaned on the old man's shoulder. The people outside watched the show. They all said that the old man with missing front teeth knew that he didn't have much time left, so he found a son-in-law for his mute girl. In the future, the two of them would take care of the tavern and rely on each other. However, the ugly fool was really too ugly. His 2 eyes were asymmetrical and his mouth was crooked. One of his eyebrows was high and the other was low. His small eyes were turbid and lifeless. He was as ugly as he could be. However, the mute girl of the old man with missing front teeth didn't seem to mind the ugly fool at all. When they had nothing to do, the two of them would stick together. The mute girl would teach the ugly fool some useful skills. When the ugly fool was happy, he would grin. Because they were both mutes, he couldn't grin. The tavern, which was already a little unconventional, became even more unconventional because of the appearance of the ugly fool. The news that the old man with missing front teeth brought along an ugly fool also spread in the area. In an instant, the old man with missing front teeth became a laughingstock. I say, the one with missing front teeth. Although your granddaughter is mute, she's quite pretty. Do you really have the heart to see your granddaughter being ruined by an ugly cripple in the future? The old man with missing front teeth was returning from purchasing distiller's grains when he passed by a shop. He was talking to a burly woman. The old man with missing front teeth grinned foolishly. He rarely spoke, so naturally, he rarely got angry. Look at my child. Although I don't dare to say that he's a dragon or phoenix among men, he's still very handsome. He's a perfect match for your granddaughter. The woman pushed out Butterball, who was about the same size as her and had a runny nose. Butterball smiled at the old man. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth, making him look even more foolish. Smiling foolishly again, the old man with missing front teeth walked back to his tavern. Wherever he passed, some kind-hearted neighbors would appear. They would kindly persuade the old man not to ruin his granddaughter's life. The old man with missing front teeth only smiled and didn't answer. He allowed others to point at him. The layman enjoyed the show, while the expert appreciated the skill. The old man with missing front teeth clearly remembered where he brought the ugly fool out from. It was in the ground where a mountain peak had instantly turned into a deep pit. The ugly fool was lying there motionless. The two of them had followed the sound and were extremely shocked when they saw the scene. When they looked at the ugly fool again, they didn't see any injuries on his body. It was obvious that he wasn't an ordinary person. The old man with missing front teeth guessed that the ugly fool might be the reincarnation of the great strength Vaja. Bringing him back would be good karma. Just as he reached the entrance of the tavern, he heard a series of loud bangs. Amidst the cries of pain, one figure after another flew out of the tavern. Chapter 1539. The old man with missing front teeth saw a few familiar faces among the flying figures. He cursed under his breath and rushed to the tavern. But it was too late. All 5 men flew out. The old man rushed into the tavern and saw the ugly lame fool standing at the entrance. Beside him, the mute granddaughter was pitifully pulling on the ugly lame fool's arm. Half of her face was already red and swollen. He didn't have time to ask what happened. Besides, what could an idiot and a mute explain? Next, the 5 men sat in the small tavern and angrily discussed the matter of compensation. The ugly cripple stood at the side, while the mute girl had tears in her eyes. The old man kept explaining in a low voice. The 5 men who came to collect protection fees gradually calmed down. They took twice the protection fee from the old man and left. They took twice the amount not because they were nice, but because they were afraid of the ugly cripple. That guy was simply too strong. He carried them as if they were little chicks. Moreover, when the ugly fool limped towards them, they actually felt fear in their hearts. It was as if they saw a bloodthirsty demon king walking towards them. After the 5 men left, the pretty mute girl hurried forward and gestured at the old man with missing front teeth. Her pretty face was full of grievance and panic. She wasn't afraid of the men. She was only afraid that her grandpa would chase the idiot away. The old man turned around and looked at the ugly cripple with empty eyes. Tears welled up in his muddy eyes. Whoever said the ugly cripple didn't know how to talk was an idiot. He knew how to protect his granddaughter. He wasn't an idiot. He wasn't an idiot at all. On this day, the old man with missing front teeth cried. Tears streamed down his face. On this day, the mute girl cried. On this day, the ugly cripple grinned. After that, the ugly cripple really became a member of the tavern. Like a family of 3, they became the joke of the tavern. The ugly cripple was Zi Chen, the leader of the 100 powerhouses from the domain realm. He was the one who led the team and completed the impossible mission. Zi Chen propped up his own world and protected the passage. In that instant, he saved the last of the people. After that, the world was destroyed, and endless darkness swallowed Zi Chen. The alien leader's soul had already fused with the world. After the world collapsed, he had already died. The 3 guides turned back and came to Zi Chen's side. At the cost of their lives, they worked together to tear apart the dark space and seek a chance of survival for Zi Chen. Zi Chen rushed out of the dark space and encountered the energy storm. The power of the other races that he had been painstakingly suppressing completely erupted when Zi Chen resisted the storm. Sensing that death was approaching, Zi Chen had no choice but to preserve his life first. He forcibly withdrew all of his spiritual senses into his sea of consciousness and then sealed the world of his sea of consciousness. As for his physical body, he would be left to his own devices. Fortunately, Zi Chen's physical body was said to be perfect. Coupled with the tempering of the Lightning King physique, his physical body was even stronger than a realm soldier of the same level. Without the control of his spirit sense, his physical body stopped the alien energy from erupting again and again. After the continuous eruption, the alien energy gradually calmed down and lay dormant in every part of Zi Chen's body. As a result, Zi Chen became an ugly cripple. This was because every part of his body contained an unimaginable amount of alien energy. It was this alien energy that caused Zi Chen's appearance to change. As for why he was an idiot, it was because this physical body didn't even have a soul other than vitality. Zi Chen had experienced this once before. However, at that time, Zi Chen's spiritual senses could still awaken on their own. This time, however, Zi Chen's spiritual senses were completely sealed. He had lost his soul and looked like an idiot instead of a walking corpse. This was already very extraordinary. Within his physical body, in the depths of his sea of consciousness, Zi Chen's spiritual senses were undamaged. Around his undamaged spiritual senses, there was an endless amount of alien energy. Surrounding this alien energy was a seal that Zi Chen had personally set up. If Zi Chen's spiritual senses wanted to return to his physical body, he had to refine this alien energy and then forcibly break the seal. Within his spiritual senses, Zi Chen was sitting cross-legged. This was his soul. When he opened his eyes, Zi Chen's soul was awakened. He recalled the scene that had happened before. After that, his eyes lit up. He looked at the alien energy around him and murmured, "I escaped from death. I wonder how my physical body is and if it's still there." Within the seal, if his physical body collapsed, Zi Chen's soul would automatically drift between heaven and earth. If he accidentally merged with a type of ore, he was afraid that it would be used as a material to be refined into a weapon's soul. Just like his dragon soul spear, that was a real dragon's soul. Zi Chen didn't know anything about the outside world. The most important thing now was to refine his own soul power again. One had to know that when he was stimulated, he forcibly broke through a realm. This kind of crazy breakthrough directly caused his foundation to become unstable. If Zi Chen wanted to go out, the first thing he had to do was to stabilize his realm. Zi Chen, who was trapped in his sea of consciousness, first stabilized his realm and then went into seclusion. The next time he woke up would be when his realm was completely stabilized. As for the time, Zi Chen wasn't sure. The news of the old man with missing front teeth finding an ugly lame fool for the mute girl spread in this small place. Everyone treated this matter as a joke. Ever since the ugly lame fool protected his granddaughter would bring the ugly lame fool along whenever she went out. As a result, wherever the two of them went, they would be pointed at and whispered. It seemed that the ugly lame fool had brute strength and could easily throw out 5 large men with high realms. When everyone pointed at the two of them, they didn't find trouble with the ugly lame fool. In the blink of an eye, the ugly lame fool had stayed in the tavern for half a year. During this half year, everyone gradually got used to the existence of this pair of weirdos. Wherever they went, they would no longer be pointed at, but they would still be ridiculed once or twice. During this half year, other than going out with the mute girl to buy things, the ugly lame fool stayed in the tavern and didn't go anywhere else. The tavern's business wasn't good to begin with. It couldn't support the family and could only make ends meet. Because of the ugly lame fool's arrival, it was even more difficult to make ends meet. In addition, during this period of time, those large men came a few times and asked for more protection fees. They ate and drank a few meals without paying. The tavern was about to run out of food. As a matter of fact, the usual customers were starting to complain that the alcohol was becoming less and less tasty. On this day, the old man with missing front teeth was calling for business. He asked his granddaughter to bring Zi Chen out to buy things. The mute girl walked in front, ignoring the ridicule. She wore a dress with a dozen or so patches sewn on it. She skipped as she walked, occasionally turning around and smiling at Zi Chen, like a happy little angel. Zi Chen, who had turned into an ugly lame fool, would occasionally grin at the mute girl. A group of people riding exotic beasts was charging in their direction. The leader was a young man wearing shining armor. When the other party rushed in, they didn't have any intention of stopping. Everywhere they passed, there was chaos. The mute girl happened to be in the other party's path. When she saw the ferocious black tiger that the young man was riding, she was scared silly and didn't move at all. Seeing the girl who was scared silly, the young man smiled coldly. He didn't dodge and directly charged in her direction. If he hit her hard, the mute girl would definitely die. Many people couldn't help but close their eyes when they saw this scene. Everyone usually laughed at the mute girl, but no one cursed the two of them to die. To put it bluntly, they were both pitiful people. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Those who closed their eyes also trembled. They all thought that a poor little girl had died just like that. A painful cry was heard. Naturally, it wasn't the mute girl. Everyone subconsciously opened their eyes and saw a shocking scene. The ugly lame fool had unknowingly rushed to the mute girl's side and hugged her with his back facing the exotic beast. The young man riding the exotic beast had already flown dozens of meters forward and was lying on the ground. His dazzling armor was covered in dust. As for the black tiger, it was dozens of meters behind. It rolled a few times before getting up. The man and the beast fell one after the other. No one could understand what had happened. However, someone in the distance saw that when the black tiger was about to crash, the ugly lame fool somehow appeared in front of the mute girl and protected her with his back facing the black tiger. The black tiger rushed up, but when it was still a distance away from the ugly lame fool, it seemed to have hit a wall and was sent flying. The young man on the black tiger's back flew dozens of meters forward because of the black tiger's sudden stop and fell flat on his face. The young man got up from the ground. His face was covered in dust. He spat twice and there was dirt in his mouth. He pointed at the ugly lame fool and said angrily, "Where did this ugly thing come from? How dare you block my path?" The mute girl escaped from death and looked at the ugly lame fool gratefully. However, the two of them were in an ambiguous position. She couldn't help but blush. At this moment, the young man questioned her. The mute girl's face was full of fear. She struggled free from the ugly lame fool and gestured at the young man with a pleading face. "Damn it, an ugly thing and a mute. How unlucky." The young man spat at the ground and slapped the mute girl 3 meters away. "How dare you block my path? You're courting death." The young man ignored the mute girl and stared at the ugly lame fool. However, the latter ignored the young man and went to help the mute girl. He grinned at the mute girl. After being together for half a year, The mute girl could more or less understand what the ugly lame fool's expression meant. His grin was not a smile, but anger. The mute girl shook her head at the ugly lame fool. She was very worried. The young man was ignored and the anger on his face grew. He had already lost face and fell flat on his face. Now, he was ignored by an ugly thing. The others stopped their exotic beasts and stood still with indifferent expressions. The young man turned around and said to the black tiger, "Go, tear this ugly thing to shreds." At this moment, he was so angry that he ignored the question of why the black tiger was suddenly sent flying. Roar! The black tiger let out an earth-shattering roar and rushed toward the ugly lame fool. The surrounding people still didn't understand what was going on. When they saw the ferocious tiger about to hurt the young man, they couldn't bear it anymore. They thought that the ugly lame fool with some strength was about to be torn apart by the ferocious tiger. Chapter 1540. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The ferocious black tiger was cut in half in an instant. Its huge body fell to the ground, and fresh red blood flowed down the head of the ugly cripple. Covered in blood, the ugly cripple looked ferocious and terrifying. This scene was out of everyone's expectations and stunned them. "Protect the young master!" With a loud shout, the other beasts stepped forward to protect the young man and looked at the ugly cripple with vigilance. To be able to tear the black tiger to shreds when it attacked, how much power did that require? They felt terrified just thinking about it. The previously arrogant young man was almost scared out of his wits when he saw the bloody scene. In the distance, the people who had pointed at the ugly cripple and the idiot widened their eyes. The mute girl looked at the ugly cripple in a daze. Everyone's eyes fell on the ugly cripple, but the latter did not realize that he was the center of attention. He just turned around and grinned at the mute girl, his expression becoming more and more ferocious. The mute girl was not afraid. She could see that he was smiling. The young man who was protected by layers of people immediately reacted. Looking at the black tiger that had died with its eyes wide open, his eyes immediately turned red. That was his only mount, and he had spent a lot of effort to get it to recognize him as its master. He gritted his teeth and angrily said, "You actually killed my black tiger. I want your life. Kill this ugly bastard for me." Because of anger, the young man lost his mind. There were more than a dozen people around him. Except for one virtual realm expert, the rest were Earth Prime. As for the young man, he was only in the human Prime realm. After seeing the strength of the ugly cripple, they were afraid and did not dare to step forward. The young man who was blinded by anger directly ignored the power of the ugly cripple. He turned around and said to the indifferent crowd, "Whoever kills him will be rewarded with 100 rule fragments when we return." 100 rule fragments were equivalent to one virtual realm fragment and the life of one virtual realm expert. For such a number to come from the mouth of a little guy in the human prime realm, it had to be said that he was very generous. When Zi Chen first came to the Zhonwu continent, he was not even worth one rule fragment. In the team, the other Earth Prime realm experts were hesitating. 100 rule fragments was a high reward, but the prerequisite was that they had the ability to kill the ugly cripple who tore the black tiger apart. Just as everyone was hesitating, the Emptiness realm expert walked out. He narrowed his eyes, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He urged the strange beast under him to charge toward the ugly cripple. As if sensing danger, the ugly cripple threw away the two halves of the black tiger and reached forward with both hands. Poochie. The strange beast under the Emptiness realm expert somehow ended up in his hands, and then it was torn apart. The Emptiness realm cultivator seemed to have expected this and did not panic. He used the force to rise up, and the Emptiness realm cultivator in his hand emitted a cold light as he chopped down at the fool's head. Die. Surging energy surged as the explosive roars of Emptiness realm cultivators rang out. Poochie. After the shout, the sound of something being torn apart rang out. The Void realm cultivator, who had been so aggressive just a moment ago, was somehow caught by the ugly cripple and torn apart. The Emptiness realm expert was torn in half, and he didn't even have time to scream. When the group of Earth Prime cultivators saw this, their expressions changed drastically. They grabbed the dazed young man and fled into the distance. The dead Emptiness realm cultivator was the strongest in the group, but he couldn't even block one move from the ugly cripple and was torn apart. The cripple's movements were very slow. Everyone watched as if the Emptiness Realm cultivator took the initiative to approach him, waiting to be torn apart. It was very strange. Smoke and dust swirled, and the group disappeared in the blink of an eye. Apart from the blood and the huge corpse on the ground, only the ugly cripple and the frightened mute girl were left. All around, the crowd was dumbstruck. They never thought that the deaf, mute, ugly, and cripple idiot would have such terrifying means. After such a big thing happened, the mute girl was no longer in the mood to shop. She walked toward the tavern in a panic. Behind her, there was a rustling sound. The mute girl turned around and saw the ugly cripple dragging the four-petaled strange beast's corpse behind him. The road behind him was covered in blood. The mute girl couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. She knew that the ugly cripple wanted to eat meat. Thus, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the two of them dragged the strange beast's corpse back to the tavern. The old man with missing front teeth was serving customers in the tavern. When he saw the two of them dragging the huge corpse back, he was shocked. Some of the diners in the tavern had good eyesight. They recognized that the two strange beasts were not ordinary creatures. Their expressions changed instantly. After the old man with missing front teeth understood what had happened, he was so scared that he sat on the ground. His face was pale. Soon, the news of the ugly cripple tearing two strange beasts and a strong cultivator to pieces spread everywhere. Some people were lucky enough to go and watch and saw the corpse. Along the way, the spirit ring on the corpse and the dropped weapon were also taken away by someone. The old man with missing front teeth almost fainted. He couldn't care less about the tavern's business. He hurried out to find out which young master he had offended and prepared to apologize. However, after asking everyone, almost no one knew which young master he had offended. After being on tenterhooks for a few days, that young master didn't come looking for trouble. The old man with missing front teeth heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was as the crowd said. Those people were really scared and didn't dare to come looking for trouble. Unable to persuade the ugly cripple to stare blankly at the 4 pieces of meat every day, the old man with missing front teeth could only cut some of the meat. However, after cutting, he realized that the meat was very tough and couldn't be cut at all. Without saying a word, the ugly cripple picked up the broken kitchen knife. With a swing of his hand, the meat was cut open as easily as tofu. 4 pieces of meat, each of which was several meters long and weighed a few thousand kilograms. How could the ugly cripple eat all of it? It was rare for the old man with missing front teeth to be tough. He directly sold the meat together with the cheap wine, which could be used to supplement his household expenses. Needless to say, those who had seen the ferocious black tiger with their own eyes all wanted to try it when they heard that the old man with missing front teeth was selling the black tiger meat. Just like that, the tavern's business boomed. However, every time the tavern closed at night, the old man with missing front teeth would be in a daze. His face would occasionally reveal a worried expression. At this point, they could only wait and see if the ugly cripple was the reincarnation of Vajra. If he could avoid this calamity, then it would be best. If he couldn't, then the 3 of them could only die together. Even if he was unwilling, what could he do? If it wasn't for the ugly cripple, his granddaughter would have died long ago. In the following days, whenever they went out to buy things, the 3 of them would go together. In the eyes of others, this was the old man with missing front teeth being afraid of death. The tavern's business had been booming recently. Everyone wanted to eat the cheap but delicious meat. Soon, the 2 strange beasts were sold out. Under the old man's suggestion, the tavern closed for a day. The 3 of them went to the mountain forest. It was said that there were some large fierce beasts there. Half a day later, the 3 of them returned. The ugly cripple was carrying a black pig on his shoulder. The black pig had 2 long horns on its forehead, which looked like cow horns. On the way, they occasionally met some Earth Yuan cultivators. When those cultivators saw the 2-horned black pig, their expressions changed greatly. Because it was a real battle beast. Although it was only at the soldier level, its battle strength was not weaker than an Emptiness Realm human. Looking at the battle beast carried by the cripple, it was obvious that its head was smashed by a punch and it was killed in one strike. Some Earth Yuan cultivators were tempted. However, after weighing their own strength, they shook their heads and sighed. With Ugly Cripple as a powerful fighting force, the little pub had an endless supply of meat, and its business was slowly becoming more and more popular. Just like that, a month passed. On this day, the 5 big men came again. It was rare that they didn't come for an entire month. When the old man with missing front teeth saw the 5 of them, he nodded and greeted them. Then, he took out the protection fee for the month. However, the 5 of them didn't want it. Instead, they respectfully stood to the side. Just as the old man with missing front teeth felt that something was wrong, the ground began to shake. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were trampling on the ground. The tavern was surrounded by layers upon layers of people. The people who came were all riding strange beasts. Leading them was the young man who ran away with his tail between his legs. He was here for revenge. The tavern's business was booming. However, in the next moment, the diners were all scared away. The fool and the mute girl walked out of the tavern. When the young man saw the fool, he pointed at him and said, "Uncle, it's him. He's the one who tore apart my mount and Liu Meng in one move." Beside the young man was a middle-aged man. His gaze was fixed on the fool, and his spiritual sense was also unscrupulously probing the surroundings. However, even after probing several times, he did not find any spiritual energy fluctuations from the fool. In other words, the fool didn't look like a cultivator at all. The other party came aggressively. It was obvious that begging for mercy wouldn't be enough. The old man with missing front teeth didn't show off. Instead, he bluntly hid behind the fool. The ugly cripple looked at these people without any expression on his face. The middle-aged man waved his hand. A middle-stage virtual realm cultivator walked out of the group and charged toward the ugly cripple. The ugly cripple walked down the steps of the tavern and stretched his hands forward. A 1-tier strange beast and a 2-tier strange cultivator were torn apart. The ugly cripple was bathed in blood once again. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. He waved his hand again. 2 riders rushed out of the group. This time, the ugly cripple tore 4 times. 2 people and 2 strange beasts died. One had to know that these 2 people were late-stage virtual realm cultivators. After 3 people died, the middle-aged man still couldn't figure out anything. He was too lazy to look anymore. He waved his hand one last time. The ground rumbled. All the cultivators charged toward the ugly cripple. Ah! The ugly cripple, who had never spoken, suddenly roared. As the roar fell, a murderous aura spread. All the strange beasts were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. All the cultivators rolled off their strange beasts. The ugly cripple jumped toward the cultivators who had fallen to the ground. His figure flashed and disappeared as if he was teleporting. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. They were filled with disbelief. On this day, the tavern was flattened. Outside the tavern, blood flowed like a river. Chapter 1541. After cultivating in seclusion for half a year, Zichen's spiritual sense woke up after his physical body roared in the outside world. As if sensing the emotional fluctuations from his physical body, his eyes glowed with a golden light. In this half a year, his soul realm had stabilized, and his spiritual sense had become more condensed and powerful. It shone with a dazzling golden light like a golden sun. The state of his spiritual sense was surprisingly good. If he struck while the iron was hot and refined the power of the foreign races around him, he might be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, Zichen didn't immediately refine the outsider's power. Instead, he separated a relatively large strand of spiritual will from his enormous spiritual will. Then, he condensed this strand of spiritual will into a sharp blade that pierced towards a certain direction. He wanted to let this spiritual sense pass through the seal of power and contact his physical body. Just a moment ago, he sensed his physical body and knew that it still existed. In the outside world, the small tavern had been razed to the ground by a group of cultivators. Beside the razed tavern, the old man protected the mute girl with a face full of horror. Not far away, the 5 burly men who collected the protection fee had already collapsed to the ground in fright. There was a strange smell coming from their crotches, and they had lost control of their bowels. Around them, there were corpses of powerful cultivators and powerful beasts. These cultivators were either torn to shreds or blown apart by a single punch. The ugly cripple completely showed his power. His figure flashed between illusions like a demon from hell, harvesting fresh lives one after another. In the end, only 2 people survived from the group of murderous cultivators. They were the young man who did not make a move and the uncle who was giving orders. After the ugly cripple shouted, the beasts under the 2 of them collapsed in fright. The 2 of them fell from the back of the beasts. When they got up from the ground, they saw the ugly cripple harvesting lives. The 2 of them almost peed in fright. They turned around and ran without saying a word, but they could no longer care about their subordinates. Thus, all of his subordinates were killed. The ugly cripple was covered in blood. He limped over from a distance. When he passed by the 5 burly men, he could not help but glance at them. Thus, the 5 of them blacked out and fainted. The ugly cripple came to the side of the old man with missing front teeth. The latter obviously could not stand calmly. His legs immediately went soft and he was about to fall. The ugly and crippled fool supported the old man and grinned, as if he was laughing. There were corpses all around. The mute girl was a little scared. She grabbed the old man's arm and did not let go. In the distance, there were many people who had come to watch the show. Although they were used to seeing life and death, the scene before them still shocked them. In their hearts, the ugly cripple was already on the same level as the devil. After killing everyone, the corpses were everywhere and needed to be dealt with. It was obviously impossible to count on Zi Chen, who had no ability to think. A rare light of wisdom appeared in the eyes of the old man with missing front teeth. He began to ponder and hesitate. Such an expression should not appear on an old man in his twilight years. As if he had made up his mind, the light in the old man's eyes disappeared, and they became murky again. He looked at the 5 unconscious men and said calmly, "All right, stop pretending to be dead. Get up quickly." The 5 men were motionless, as if they had really fainted. The old man with missing front teeth said impatiently, "If you don't get up, I can't guarantee that you'll survive." The 5 men got up quickly and crawled to the old man with missing front teeth. They kowtowed to the old man and begged for mercy. "Ancestor, please spare us. Ancestor, please spare us. As long as you let us go, we'll do whatever you want." After seeing the strength of the ugly and crippled fool, the 5 men were really scared. They did not care about losing face at this moment. They cried and snot. A glint of disgust flashed in the old man's eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Go and bring me the spiritual rings on those corpses. Then, deal with these corpses. Throw away all the human corpses and use the beast corpses as food." The 5 men nodded as if they had been pardoned. The old man with missing front teeth looked into the distance. There were many people there who had not left. Their gazes were all on those corpses. Obviously, they wanted those spiritual rings. Unfortunately, they did not have the guts to do so. Next, everyone guessed that the old man was going to run away with the mute girl and the ugly man. However, he did not run away. He was going to risk his life. Suddenly, the old man with missing front teeth felt that someone was staring at him. He immediately turned around and saw the ugly and crippled fool with soulless eyes. The old man grinned and thought that the fool was too sensitive. The 5 men began to get busy. As long as they could save their lives, they would do anything. The old man was thinking about the chances of winning this gamble. The mute girl hugged the old man tightly. She was still scared. Many people stood in the distance and looked at the ugly and crippled fool who looked like a demon. At this moment, no one knew that there was a spiritual thought in the body of the ugly and crippled fool. It was as thin as a strand of hair. After the thick spiritual thought rushed out, it was only as thin as a strand of hair. Even this little bit of spiritual thought was enough to let Zi Chen feel the current situation of his physical body. Seeing that his physical body was still there, Zi Chen first felt lucky. He slightly sensed that his nose and eyes were still there. He was in good condition. However, as his spiritual thought probed his entire physical body, Zi Chen could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. There was too much power gathered in his physical body. This power caused his meridians to be seriously blocked. Now, not to mention that his spiritual thought could not be completely released. Even if he could not use his spiritual power to fight. Now, the only thing Zi Chen could rely on was his strong physique, which was even stronger than a grade 2 royal weapon. A strand of spiritual thought into his physical body could not change anything. However, Zi Chen was no longer a fool. If he wanted to, he could open his mouth and speak. After probing his body, his spiritual thought fell on the mute girl and the old man with missing front teeth. Suddenly, a light flashed through his dull eyes. Zi Chen, who was about to wake up, suddenly gave up the idea and decided to continue being a fool. After withdrawing his spiritual thought from the two, Zi Chen pondered for a moment and decided to solve the problem of the blocked meridians first. His meridians were seriously blocked. Too much power gathered in his body, including in his bones. The first thing Zi Chen had to solve was to use the 9-star Thunder King body and refine his physical body again. After successfully awakening the 9-star Thunder King body, only a strand of spiritual thought was left. It could dissipate at any time. This strand of spiritual thought hid and no longer cared about his physical body. As for his physical body, the Thunder King body was operating on its own. The old man with missing front teeth did not run away with the mute girl and the ugly guy as everyone expected. Not only did he not run away, but he also rebuilt a larger tavern on the spot. Apart from the strong men, he was lucky enough to become a waiter in the tavern. In the transformed tavern, the quality of the drinks was obviously much higher, but the price did not increase. This made the tavern, which had just started a war, very popular. The old man with missing front teeth, who did not expect the tavern to make money, was waiting for the gamble with his life to come. From the 5 men, he already knew the identity of the young man. He was the son of Mo Sisho, the overlord within a radius of 200,000 miles. He happened to pass by here. In this area of 200,000 kilometers, Mo Sisho was the overlord. Almost all of the businesses here belonged to the Mo family. The 5 burly men who had been collecting protection fees could also be considered Mo Sisho's subordinates. However, Mo Sisho might not be aware of their existence. The most important thing was Mo Sisho's strength. He was a real powerhouse and was said to have entered the domain realm. The ugly guy had offended the young master of Mo Sisho's family and killed so many of Mo Sisho's subordinates. Mo Sisho's dignity had been challenged, so Mo Sisho would definitely come looking for trouble. The old man with missing front teeth was waiting for Mo Sisho to come and gamble. He bet that Mo Sisho would be killed by the ugly guy. If he won, he would live. If he lost, he would die. Speaking of which, Mo Sisho's son and brother ran back home in fear. At that time, Mo Sisho was discussing something with a middle-aged man in the hall. When the two of them suddenly barged in, Mo Sisho's face immediately showed displeasure. "Father, our men were all killed." Mo Xiaoxi cried and shouted. "Scram!" Mo Sisho shouted at his son and looked at him coldly. Mo Xiaoxi was shocked. It seemed to be his first time seeing such a strict father. When his uncle saw this, he tactfully pulled Mo Xiaoxi away. "Chief Mo, this is what happened. I hope you can hurry up. I won't disturb you." The middle-aged man got up and left. "Don't worry. I promise to complete the task." Mo Sisho got up and sent him off. After the middle-aged man left, Mo Sisho called his brother and son and asked, "What happened?" "The people we brought with us were all killed by that ugly bastard. He was too strong. Just one roar was enough to frighten the exotic beast mounts. Then, he charged at the others and killed one with a single blow." Mo Xiaoxi still felt his heart palpitate when he recalled the scene of that ugly bastard killing people. Hearing his son's words, Mo Sisho frowned slightly. He looked at his brother and asked, "Is he really that strong?" The other smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know exactly how strong he is. He didn't use any spirit energy from beginning to end. He only fought with his physical body. I used my spiritual sense to check him multiple times. There was no spirit energy in his body. His meridians were severely blocked. He wasn't a cultivator at all. However, his physical body was unimaginably strong." Mo Sisho asked in a deep voice, "How strong?" Mo Xiaoxi's uncle pondered for a moment and said, equivalent to the peak of the corporeal realm. Perhaps the domain realm. Ha ha. Mo Xixio laughed loudly when he heard this. I believe that he's at the peak of the corporeal realm. As for his physical body being at the king realm, do you believe that? I don't want to believe it either, but his physical body is indeed very strong. I'm going to go out soon. I might as well go take a look at that guy. No spirit energy, but his physical body is at the king realm. Could he be the reincarnation of a mountain spirit? The next day, Mo Xixio led a large group of people and headed towards the tavern. It had been half a month since the last massacre. Mo Xixio finally arrived with his group. He looked very aggressive. The overlord had arrived in person. Wherever he passed, the mountain kings would also appear and personally welcome him. After learning that their young masters had been bullied, these mountain kings were filled with righteous indignation and expressed their desire to avenge their young masters. Thus, the group grew larger and larger. By the time they arrived outside the tavern, there were already tens of thousands of people.